Dear chess friends, welcome to the World Team Championship. Vishy?
Yes.
We are live.
Oh, already?
Yes, a lot of games to cover today.
Yes.
And today is the day of semifinals. We had a very dramatic quarterfinals yesterday. Those mighty Indians, yes, they beat France.
Well, I hadn't even realized it because it was quite an unexpected twist there. But
of course, so we have a small video for you prepared. First of all, let's have a look at it, and then we'll come back with the pairings, standings, and everything else.
my God, it's not a thing. I mean, he's playing it every game.
Okay, so maybe this was the opening he prepared.
Yeah.
Yes, we will get back to the games in a second. So what happened yesterday? If you join us right now, and especially for those of us who are joining from the United States of America, I know that we have a lot of fans. Happy Thanksgiving. So if you're watching us in the midst of baking delicious turkey or preparing for a Super Bowl, I actually spent once Thanksgiving in America, and it was such a beautiful tradition. So spend hours watching Super Bowl, you know, American football, and I even had the honor, to cut the turkey.
Sure.
So, it's not an easy task, by the way. So
I believe you.
Yes. I'm a huge danger to myself and to the others. So let's have a look at the pairings today, and of course at the results of yesterday quarterfinals. So China confirms its excellent form. It was quite a close match, I might say, but they beat Poland yesterday, and Spain defeated Azerbaijan to what I might qualify as the first major upset of this tournament.
Possibly. I mean, while the match was going on, we thought Azerbaijan should be a slight favorite, but in fact, it also finished at the very end when a game which Rajabov was, I think, successfully holding, and at the very last minute, the whole tournament for Azerbaijan was decided in just a few moves. Quite dramatic.
Yes, but Azerbaijan was the second seed in this tournament, so I think this is a very impressive win for Spain. And I think Spain is also looking for their best result in this tournament in their history. So we have Spain against China, Uzbekistan against India. So yesterday Uzbekistan won against Ukraine. What I wanted to say is that their team is also performing impressively, and Nodirbek Yakubov, he neutralized Vasily Ivanchuk. If I can drive a comparison between, the football world championship, so if you manage to neutralize Lionel Messi, then, Saudi Arabia beat Argentina. It was quite an astonishing win.
Astonishing. And
then we had India, who beat France in a thrilling tiebreak, and of course we had India's superstar Nihal Sarin, who played in what can we call it? Like it was magic, this game. Knight b2, sacrifices.
Yes, but in fact at the very end it was a long ending, and it was amazing. We were struggling to find any way for him to make progress, and then suddenly the game was over, because he had managed to get F3 in, and it all happened so fast. I don't know how he moves the pieces that fast. But
and the Indian team is on your screens facing the Uzbekistani teams. So who are their top performers, by the way, after the quarterfinals? So Uzbekistan has their star of this tournament, the Jahangir Vahidov. He has 5.5 points.
Wow.
Well, the whole team is performing very well.
Yes.
So they have lost a few games, but that was it. I think they lost their first match against Azerbaijan, and they
never looked back.
Never looked back. Yes. You have two top performance in the team of India. So I don't know if I should look at it. No, the tie breaks are not included. So you have Vidit Shantosh Gujarati, he has 4 points, and then Naranayan, 4 points as well. So the other semifinals is featuring Spain against China. China, started with a win, and never looked back as well. So they are performing. Overperforming, yes, if we take into account their rating.
Yes, but I think the Chinese team is the great unknown. A lot of the Chinese stars we are most familiar with are not here. We were not sure. Are they sending a junior team? Are they sending their secret talents? Yeah. And so far it looks like the second. It was very hard to tell, to even guess what you could expect from this team. But I must say, watching their opening preparation, the ideas, the play in every game, it's clear that this is the real deal. So I would say they're even more unknown, generally speaking, than the young Uzbek team. Because most of the Uzbek talents are at least familiar to us. But nonetheless, equally impressive performance. Again, it shows that youth is the driving force these days. So,
well, Bai Jinshi has 5.5 points, Dili 5 points, and their top boards, they're on 4 points. This is a very impressive result indeed. And you have Alexei Shirov with 4 points in the Spanish team, and Anton Hiharu David. So was it correct this time? Yes, perfect. Because I was not sure. Yes, is on 4 points as well. Jaime Santos Latasa is holding the first board. I think it's not an easy task, especially in those tournaments. So what can we say about their chances in the semifinals?
They will have to fight hard. We know that the Chinese team can be very strong. But the Spaniards have shown great resilience. Yesterday they pulled through against Azerbaijan. When Alexei lost, it looked difficult for them, but then 2 of them converted. Miguel converted very well, and Anton, of course, clinched it at the very end. You must also remember that Spain qualified
in extremis.
So they are showing great resilience, and they're a good team. Not quite as unknown, but nonetheless a good team, and I'm sure they'll provide a tough battle. They have a lot of experience on every board. Anton, Jaime, these are players who have competed a lot in the last few years and are quite experienced 2700 grandmasters. So.
And yesterday we discussed about who has gold medals in this event. So actually 3 out of 4 teams are looking for their best result in this competition, because only China won the World Team Championship twice. But India is looking for their first gold. Uzbekistan is looking for their first gold, and Spain as well. But what can you say about the semifinals?
3 teams out of 4 representing Asia.
Yeah, so it confirms the trend that first of all that these nations, well, except from China, that had such an incredible performance over the last 10 years in men's and women's events, that they're on the rise. And these teams are fairly young, once again.
Yes, a lot of fresh new talent emerging. And the chess is very exciting, isn't it? I mean, every game, they're so tactical that, I mean, even trying to commentate on them is very difficult because it changes. And of course, they're all fish in water in the faster time controls. So, but invariably, when you go back and check, you find that their opening preparation is very impressive. These are very, very hardworking guys. So that while they may appear to have emerged out of nowhere, I'm sure they work extremely hard.
So the tournament is wide open. Yes, this is. These are the pairings.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at the lineups for today. There was a small change in Spain's lineup compared to yesterday's matches. Daniel Yufa is playing on the fourth board. And I think the Chinese are playing with the same. Yes?
You're allowed to change in the second round as well, or only in the tiebreak?
Actually,
because in tiebreak we found out that it's
yes.
possible, but I don't know in the
I
second
think that it is allowed.
even
yes,
in the second
even
round,
in the
so you
second
have that
round,
option to play
yes,
one game.
We didn't know, yes, if something goes wrong, of course you're able to change your player. And Uzbekistan is playing with their first four against Indian. Okay, there is a change. So Sitroman is playing on the fourth board today.
Instead of Sasi.
Okay. And, well, this is a very exciting semifinal because I was thinking about Uzbekistan and India, and this will be a very tough match. It was already very close yesterday, but today, because Uzbekistan beat Ukraine, and for me it was sort of, can we say it in English, the passage of time, or not? Like,
to some degree, obviously, Ukraine is a very storied chess nation and was once part of an even more storied chess nation. So you kind of expect them to hold the bar very high, and it's true that Ukraine does have. But it's interesting that Ukraine is represented both by Vasily Ivanchuk and by Kirill Shevchenko. In terms of age, I think it's both ends of the scale. So they have the young guys, and Vasily still, and he plays amazing chess. It's really a pity he lost this game to Jordan, but the play itself was majestic. Doubling of the C file, bishop h3, knight d7, just very, very nice to watch. Okay, shall we get to the games?
Of course, yes, let's get to the games. If you need any help with the recent theory, I'm prepared. So, where should we start today?
Well, let's go. It's only 8 games now, so much easier to follow.
Much easier, yeah. We can.
So let's start with Spain versus China. This was Vienna, the Ponsac variation, where the theory is well known. But now a move with which I'm less familiar, Queen C2. I mean, typically you go knight e5 and Queen g4, something, or Queen e2, Rook d1. But Jaime had his idea. After Queen c2, Knight d7, he goes Rook e1, castles, Bishop d3. And what he's basically asking Black to do is to make a pawn move, which then potentially could be a weakness. I think Lu Shanglei spent some time. I would have thought h6, but he went for g6 instead. And here we are. So white then smoothly puts the bishop there, Rook a d1, centralized, and white's idea is that it will be very difficult for black to free himself. White has lost the pawn, but that gives some open files. In fact, already Rook takes e6, F takes e6, Bishop g6 was in theory possible.
But you have knight f8 maybe here.
Well, knight f8, I think Bishop h7.
Yes,
and knight e5 is made.
Oh, this is such a beautiful mate.
But Rook e6, first of all, black doesn't need to
maybe bishop
capture.
Here, yes?
I don't think this is a reason not to play Rook e6, but anyway, it's interesting he went Rook a d1. Bishop g6, it's also possible that something like Bishop f6, and now the compensation is more nebulous because we're talking a rook, not just a piece.
Yes.
So even though white has a pawn mass and so on, if you go queen g6, black plays rook e7, then queen e8 is coming, and suddenly the picture is disturbed. So here, I don't think white has quite enough compensation for a rook. It'd be worth checking though, because long term you could play something like bishop g6 and rook e1, play h4, and just see what happens. But
maybe it's too much of a risk in the first game. What do you think?
I would expect it's not that difficult to get to this point, and if you get to this point, if you have an engine running, it's very easy to cover rook e6. I don't think he could have been surprised by, rook e1 castles, bishop d3, the whole point is to provoke a move. g6 would be one of the logical responses. So, he could have checked it, but maybe it just doesn't work. I'd be curious to see why.
Actually, curiously enough, I played the game in this variation this year because I wanted to surprise my opponent, and this was one of the lines that I prepared with black.
Right.
And since it was the first time that I played it, of course, the surprise value was very important, but I realized on my own skin, if I might say, that how difficult it is to play this position with black, even though you're being a pawn up.
Yes, it's quite unpleasant, and you cannot constantly compare it with the position where white has this pawn. If the pawn was on e4, it would be a different structure, different kind of game. But without that pawn, yes, you're missing e5 and something, but on the other hand, your rook is ready to go. So it seems to be a position of in itself rather than simply a position where white has lost a pawn.
I just wanted to check how many games were played in this position after queen c2. And I have a game played by Prague this year. Of course, this was an online event.
Yeah.
So how did it go? Castle, rook e1, knight d7, bishop d3, h6. Okay, the Le Quang made a different move. So what do you think? Is it better in this structure to
I can't judge that fast.
And queen e2, c5, yes. He went for a different plan.
Right. And then what happened? Did he go queen e4, queen h4?
Queen a4, knight h3, queen h4.
Knight d5.
And then...
never quite... queen f6 and something like that, okay.
Maybe we can show it just a different plan, just a second. So after queen c2, knight d7, yes, black went for
queen
h6.
Queen e2, c5, this was the game between Le Quang.
Queen e4, knight f6, and queen h4, knight d5, queen g6.
So if queen e4, I think, no, he would play f5, but this is often a way to repeat moves, but white, of course, was more ambitious.
Bishop.
And then knight e5, queen f6 happened. And then Praggnanandhaa hit with dc5, and this is the position that Prag played against Le Quang Liem. Jaime just has good compensation. He will now play rook e1 or queen d2 f4, something like that. Okay, let's look at the next game.
There have been a few tries in this line, and I just wanted to have the results. Black is scoring quite reasonably in this line, so...
Okay, and then we have an English between Zhu Jiangyu and Anton Hiharo. Yes, Anton is playing one of these setups where you simply get the bishop out. Normally, black could play f5, knight f6, but here he has committed h5, so once you've done that, you can't do that. And black is simply hoping to provoke white into playing e4 or something. And I would normally assume that this is on the provocative end of the scale, but black's position is solid. His knights can regroup here and there, knight c7, knight d8. There are various regrouping options.
What is interesting, yes, about
and white can't castle. So in a way, white is also paralyzed after this. So one of the points here is that white will not be able to castle.
Yes.
So you just have to. White is also going to keep maneuvering.
Yes, we should. That's what I wanted to ask you because I analyzed a different setup, but what I don't understand here, why not queen d7 and queen c8?
Well, I suppose that
now
kind of answers
it. Yes, now I have the answer.
But maybe.
But why not bishop is because then he will go knight g5 and take the bishop.
I'm skeptical of that because is this so great? I mean, I would have knight d4 myself, and then if it took, I could even take with the pawn maybe. It could be possible that this is what white wants and just capture. But anyway, it's clear that David has kept his.
So he wanted to keep his light square bishop, and
the nice thing here is after something like this, even if you do this, black can castle and white still can't castle. He'll either have to play h4 or some other way, or king f1, g1, h2, whichever he prefers. But
so he simply wants to keep his artillery, yes? Queen c8, bishop d7, and...
well, in a sense, yes, because as you see, we have the Maroczy, and white has the big space advantage, but his king is stuck in the center and it needs some time to get away, and I think that's what black is banking on. Okay, let's see game 3.
Oh, he's already so far advanced.
Yes, it was the same line.
Where Alexei Shirov made the draw, so here he went for...
Queen b5, he took.
Different...
And f5 happened. And b4, a5, a3, bishop e7.
But I think in the previous game, black went for bishop e7, castle f5, and then it was...
But I think there queen takes b5, c b5 hadn't happened. So
yes, exactly. So that was a bit different.
Yeah. Okay, just a position I suspect black is okay. Then we have the fourth game. f6 does look ugly, but maybe he's going to be followed up with f5 right away. So...
What was the last? Bishop g5 was played. The bishop was on f4. Okay, so knight h5.
Okay, let's say I come here now. f5 maybe. And try to lunge and play f4 or something.
Then maybe I should go bishop... but bishop c1 looks even worse after f6.
Or you could go to d2.
I mean f6, yes. No, but f6, and the d4 is hanging, no?
I could go here.
If after f5.
f5, I'll play e3.
Okay.
And then I'll play knight e4 and rook c1. Keep the bishop for bishop b4, maybe somewhere, I don't know. At least this solves the immediate problem on the king side of f4 breaks and so on.
Yes, maybe bishop d2
f5
is a more
maybe.
precise move, yes. And then... how to make the use of my knight on h5 in this position.
Yeah. Okay, let's park this here for a second and then go to the next one, which is Uzbekistan-India. So this line, queen c7, bishop d3. Now, if you play b6, then white could consider e4. That's not the end of the world, but white gets this kind of structure. Black could try to come for the square somehow. Instead, bishop d3 happened. Instead of b6, knight c6 happened. So I guess black is really aiming for e5, yes. Because white clamped down with f4.
Immediately.
Immediately. This is provocative. It's one of the advantages of putting the knight on e2, that you get in f4. Imagine that instead of knight c6, if black had played, b6, then f4 wouldn't be the brilliant move because you'd go bishop b7 and you already have something on the square. But clearly f4. So now he went rook d8 to stop e4 because he would take twice on d4. In fact, even knight c6 stops this because if you do this, I win a pawn. Check.
Just wanted f4 is such an unusual idea for me.
Yes. And then the battle continues. So b6, keeping an eye on this pawn. Knight g3, bishop b7, bishop b2. So a lot of tension in this position. White will eventually either... He doesn't have an obvious move right now because he cannot play f5 because of e5. He cannot play e4 because he's losing a pawn. But white can build up. He can play queen e2, rook a d1, and then slowly prepare e4. And then once the pawn mask gets moving, that's his hope. Okay, let's see how that shapes up. Nihal is playing a quiet position. In fact, he went for this line c3, which I think is supposed to discourage c5, which it duly does. He didn't play e5 because there's potentially a worse ending there. And this might be unpleasant, so came here. And my hunch is this should be just okay for black in the... I mean, it's not like black has made any serious mistake. Okay. Then we go to this struggle. And this is interesting because there are two remarkable... First of all, white has managed to get this clamp, knight d5 captured. And the reason this pawn is desirable for white would be that this knight is weak. Black went c5. Black can also play c6. And white would play, let's say, c4. But instead, c5 happened. If white had wanted to capture after c6, he could still do it here. So obviously that wasn't the point. And b4. I have to say I like white because this bishop is first of all biting granite, so it needs two moves to get out. And this knight as well is not doing very much, but it needs two moves of its own to get out. So f6, knight f7, bishop b7, bishop c8. But it's not like it's beyond black's ability to do that. So I think you could start with some bishop a4 or queen a1. But if black plays f6, knight f7, then I don't even really get the a file.
To be honest, this is the type of position that it's difficult for me to assess. You know, I never know what to do here with white, and I understand how difficult it is to play here with black.
No, this is the kind of position which is very easy for me to assess. It's just I don't know what to do afterwards. After assessing it is better for me. What could we start with?
Yes.
Queen a1 is the obvious move which leaps out. Grab the a file and then
so can I be straightforward and start with f5? Okay.
So I go queen a5 thereabouts. I mean, how bad can that be? You go knight
f7.
Rook a1. Bishop b7 with the hope of rook a8.
I wanted to play h6.
Bishop a4.
a4. Where should I go here?
Capture on c6.
Why he didn't capture it? Yeah. Yes, of course he had this possibility, but...
Okay, so we have a question in the audience as to why black could have played c6 as well. If white then played c4, you could capture and play f6 and play knight f7 without having the a file opened.
Well, didn't he capture after black move?
Yeah, after c5, yes.
Yeah.
Because it liberates black's
I think that here knight takes c6 would just solve black's problems. Maybe even bishop takes c6, but then I could have maybe some lucky intermezzo like this. But after knight c6, it seems to be under control. It's sort of, black is, it looks like some sort of Sicilian, where the c pawn is gone, but he has this d6, e5. I think the only thing is normally there's a white pawn on e4, not at d3, but looks kind of okay to me. Yeah.
I think it's very important to understand that one of the biggest problems in this position is the knight on d8 and the bishop on b7, and that's why white is trying to keep the pawn on d5. depriving these pieces of a lot of squares. But as I've already said, like it's very difficult for me also to to understand what would be the most precise plan. These positions are played a lot on subtleties.
Yes. Okay, so we have actually Provocative has an important plan here. He's gone Queen E2, and this is very exact because after Bishop F6, that knight is now not got a future. And if you don't play Bishop F6, I'm going to play D4. So now you cannot play F5 because I'll have D4. Maybe cannot is too strong, but that would be. And if you take, I could take here.
And if I play E4?
I would guess knight G5.
Okay. Can I give up this bishop?
Oh, actually, I don't even have to do that.
Yeah,
I could
so
take this because I'm pinning this, and then go here. Once again, it hurts black that this bishop is not participating. It looks it's in the right square. It's just there's a white pawn on D5 which is stopping. So if you play bishop D6, I could play G3 and then come back to H3 if necessary and blockade on F4. And this is an important thing. So Queen E2 is important because it fights F6 and. But after Queen E2, I could play F6, D4, and try knight F7 and say, go ahead, DC, DC, and it's still solid. So, I mean, all I mean to say is that Queen E2 looks like a plan as opposed to Bishop B5, Queen A4, and hoping that something clicks. Queen E2 actually looks like a concrete plan. So maybe he has seen this before, is what I'm trying to say.
And after, for example, F6, D4, knight F7, DC, DC, are you putting your knight on D6?
I think I want to do this first before anything else. It's not clear what my knight's going to do on B6 because you'll play B3. And if I go bishop D6 as well, I don't know. But this bishop is, if I play B3, it's locked into place. But on the other hand, it's taking away some very key squares. And in the right circumstance, it could even jump in. I don't know, but a fascinating position, which we will keep returning to, obviously, today. And let's go to... Okay, so yesterday, or was it... it was yesterday, wasn't it?
Yes.
So against Bernardeschi.
Yes.
This move happened, and I thought it was kind of a provocation. But, once can be a provocation, twice probably it's serious. Of course, Setu didn't play F3 like he did. But maybe they've just convinced themselves in home analysis that F3 doesn't really offer anything. Both sides seem to have aimed specifically for this. Bishop H6. So white has achieved what he wants to achieve. Black goes Queen B6. White went G4.
So the biggest difference, white didn't play F3. Played H3, G4, and then
well, he had to play H3, right? Because here F3 might be... Oh, no, you could play F3, that's true. You could play F3. Knight E5 and then what? Bishop H6.
Yeah. But and he
well, H3 is the advantage. You can go F4 and charge on. So F4 happened, A5, F5, A4, Knight A1. Typical idea to reroute the knight like this. Bishop D7, Knight C2, Queen C5, Bishop E2. If white gets G5 and something fast here, it's going to be curtains for black. And black's counterplay is not yet obvious to me. Where is the breakthrough? Perhaps Knight E5.
Can I go Knight E3 and protect everything?
I would rather not, because you might go Rook of C8 and then A3 and then B5 or something.
Yes. So.
It's on general principles, but on Knight E5, I think I could see if I can break through there, some G5 and H4 or something. G5 and Knight D5 maybe.
Let's try.
And Knight D5. So that if Knight C4, I even have Queen C3 check, but I have this pawn and I'm taking on E7.
Yes, the major difference also compared to the game that we analyzed yesterday, that the bishop is on d7, and it was much more active on e6. So black managed to play rook fc8, bishop e6, and create.
Anyway, Vakidov clearly believes in his position, and he's probably played training games in Blitz thing to test it out. Sorry, actually there's one problem here. If you go after knight e5, if you go knight e3, then b5 works right away. No, I could then play g5 and capture here.
Yes, because
of the
without
pin,
g5, e4, of course.
Correct. So knight e3, and you keep this thing in reserve, That's also possible. I don't know if I can play a3, b3, and still the g5 thread somewhere. So either move. I think for the moment it's black who's going to have to prove. Maybe he just wants to play this, Almira. Bishop c6, g5, and go knight f d7, and that way his pieces are setting. Still h4 is the start of something, but it's a long time before it's going to be a mate or anything.
But I like white here. What do you think?
Yes. White has all the space. I don't see anything immediately wrong.
And black has to go all in, I think, at some point.
Well, b5 does work.
So cb5.
Bishop e4. Usual trick. And then somewhere rook fc8.
So maybe not.
So white has to execute this a bit better than I've done. And this would be the wrong way to do g5 because knight takes e4 would work. Which is why maybe it's good to start with g5. Knight e3, you could even do this and immediately ask me what I'm doing here. So you might want to start with g5.
Yes, and you
and then see if you want, and then it defeats the purpose of bishop c6, right? Yeah.
And your rook?
I could come rook h1, I could go here, yes, whichever I want. Even moves like queen e3 appear, so. Okay, but it's clear that Vakidov is not playing to equalize, he's playing to provoke and provoke a struggle, and it seems he will have one.
Isha, I also had a few games, here, just if you wanted to know what happened recently, because they are repeating.
So this Yakuboev Vidit idea.
Because I find this position fascinating. This setup, like the forces, if you will be able to play e4, e5, I think, white is going to smash black, but then black's play is very subtle. First rook d8, rook f8, then rook d7. And what happened here in one of the most recent games? So this was knight g3, bishop b7, queen e2, rook d7, bishop
and
b2.
Skripchenko actually went for rook d7 and rook d8, trying to say I'm never going to allow e4 because I'm always going to win the pawn on d4.
So
Vidit has of course started with rook ac8 and maybe changed his mind, or maybe he has a slightly different plan, perhaps queen d8. And then you have other options, who knows?
But so let's say I will play the most natural move which was played in this game, rook d1, rook a d1. And queen d8.
I don't know, it'd be strange to switch plans now at rook a d1, rook a d8, rook c d8, right? But I don't see anything wrong with it.
Can I do something like bishop b1 now?
The thing is, you don't threaten anything anyway. I don't know if I want to play a6, b5.
Might have knight h5 at some point and then rook f3. What do you think here?
Yeah. What does black want? I guess black wants something like this. e4, then I take knight c4.
Can I sacrifice this pawn? Like bishop a1 first?
Yeah, I was hoping to just lock in the pawn away style. d5, I can play e d5, correct?
Then you will play knight e4, yes? After e.
Yes, and more to the point, after this I have this switch.
Can I start with e5? Then?
Here.
Yes. F5.
Yes.
I don't know, you have knight e3 and then...
You could do
yes,
this,
I don't...
but now if my bishop comes to d5, that's a big improvement. Then you'll have to play f6 and go for the dark squares. And we are quite far along. I don't know, it's a tough position. He has gone queen d8, he has. So that was...
Yes, that was the plan.
I don't know whether queen d8 is a better move, or like many people, they are embarrassed to switch plans. Both are possible. I mean, sometimes you get irritated, but you think, well, I already put the rook on c8, so move the queen to d8 instead. This also allows some exchange sacks. After knight a5, if you play e4, I could sack the exchange on d4. So there are some other possibilities.
The queen on d8 also protects the knight on f6 in some variations. So let's say if you play c4, d5, bishop f6 is a big threat. Even if I sacrifice all these pawns. Okay, knight h5 then, so what can I do here?
Sure.
Can I play knight h5 immediately then? I don't need maybe bishop b1. Should I try this? Or this is premature for the moment?
Well, black is also stuck. He can't move that knight because it allows e4, and then that has... I don't know what exactly black wants. I could try for a6, b5 somehow, but then you have... Let's try a6.
No, but it's it's my move for the moment. I wanted to play knight h5, yes.
Yeah,
and
but,
a6 here.
No, but then here I could take, and maybe f5. I don't know if knight h5 is what you want to do.
No, I have to keep my knight probably here in this position as white. Okay, he played h3. This is a different approach. I had another also try. Do you think that this is possible or this is not a good structure? Because I already played f4. It looks very strange to me. And then
it looks like a failure of strategy rather than...
But otherwise, how can I bring my bishop into
These things
play?
occasionally crop up, but I still find it hard to believe that bishop takes, d takes c5 is the...
Yes, but I cannot find any other way to open my bishop on b3.
But I agree that if you take and play c4 and bishop c3, well, why is that wrong? So... But he could have done it already instead of h3, so it's also hard to understand exactly what's going on.
The h3 is just a waiting move then?
Yes.
It's interesting because black has made all the useful moves. I think that the pieces are placed quite harmoniously, but what is next? You cannot play h6 here because this can invite white to launch an attack. So then what can you do? a6 here? h3, a6 I can take on a6, and I don't think that's...
I would be happy if you took on a6, because then I would take it and then try to get the light squares, knight a5 or something.
Knight a5.
And in general, I'd be happy to swap these bishops, but even at the cost of a pawn.
Okay, should we try it? I think just one try for black. a6, see bishop a6, take. And knight a5 immediately. But then I can play e4.
Probably not. I mean, if I take, I go knight c4.
Bishop c1.
Already this d5, e5 ideas are weaker. And second, oh wait, rook takes d4 is there. So you would have to say, I would be able to play rook d4 here. I mean, you can play queen c8, but I don't think it's so great.
Yeah, because rook d4, queen d4 is check, of course.
Yes.
So. No, this.
But you could go bishop. You can't go bishop a1 because
Yeah,
this. So actually, this is
yes.
valid. Yeah, knight a5. I don't think you can play e4.
And if I come back first, like queen e2, then you would play knight c4, take knight c4.
Yeah. It's also just general compensation, and eliminating a light squared bishop, I feel more peaceful on the king side. Is that kind of thing?
It's so strange. I just realized that black played h6, and I said that it was not really possible. So
h6?
Yes.
He went h6.
Yes, he proved me wrong.
Yes, and to be honest, I have the feeling the guy is just passing because neither sees a plan forward, and maybe letting the clock run a bit and seeing what happens. Queen d8, h3.
h6 was played.
Let me find this game.
We have a small
h3. We were trying to make h6 work, a6 work, but with it struck on the other end. He played h6. h6 has already happened, and king h2 has already happened.
Yeah, that's the position.
So this is the current position. King h2 is neither here nor there. I don't know if it's better than on g1 or worse than on g1 because we still don't know how the position is going to explode later. It could be very clever and eliminate some check somewhere, but it could also mean that some knight g4 check works in some position, so you never know these things.
Actually, I like king h2 because then if I play knight h5, I will take, and even if you play f5, then I have g4, rook g1. Maybe this prepares the launch of a devastating attack, where now h6 would be a very important concession because I can play g4, g5. For example, if you make a6 here, maybe I can start by knight h5.
Yes.
Now let's say a6. We'll just make a useful move for black.
I mean, I'm tempted to play knight b8 so that when you go knight h5, queen h5, bishop a6 very quickly. Okay. But I must admit that after knight b8, you might play e4 instead. So, what else can I do? Yes, a6 might be a good place to start simply. It's not much of a plan, but it's the only one we have.
Okay, knight h5.
Should I just go b5?
But even if you go b5, then...
Do you want?
Yeah, let's take it. And g4. What is there? You prepared the trick. Is there something I don't see? No.
Just some general notion of not weakening your thing, but I don't know, knight a5 and try to get knight c4.
Rook g1. Okay. Can I start? G5 doesn't work, no? Or I might try. Of course, it's...
I don't know.
It's a desperate attempt to mate you immediately. G5, he'll take, queen h5, or maybe even g6 first, and then queen h5.
Excuse me?
G5? Take on g5? Queen f3,
yeah.
Okay, that's, yes. Okay, no. I've seen it at the very last moment. Okay, then I have to prepare it thoroughly. Then after knight c4, I have to keep my bishop. And how am I keeping my bishop here? Okay, bishop c1.
It just goes to show that I have no idea what they're thinking there because Vidit has gone for this move. And for the life of me, I don't understand what is the point of rook c8 to c7. Is it just pass, make a move? Or does it... What would be the point of queen d8 and rook c7? Maybe it's just a pass move. I mean, the rook is still sitting on the c file, but I was dreaming in some lines to double on the c file and after CD4, CD4, knight A5, C4 quickly, and maybe use the initiative on the c file. But after rook C8 to C7, I think we can conclude an attack on the F7 square is unlikely to be successful now. Black has really kind of nailed that one. But
maybe he wants to play F5, your idea after knight H5, take and F5, but after G4 it looks very dangerous. So everything is overprotected on the 7th rank, but this might be his idea. Then knight somewhere and bishop, knight A5. It looks very dangerous to me.
I hate commenting on a game where I have no clue what they're thinking. And rook C7, now I've lost the plot completely. I feel that I'm looking at one game and they're looking at some other game. I don't know. What is the idea of rook C7? Maybe he's marking time, but of course, as you say, after a later F5, the rooks are defending G7, but even I'm not going to be able to attack G7 that heavily. So I simply do not understand this move.
And white made a move. Let me have a look which one. Queen F2 was played.
Why is this not updating? Or maybe I'll just...
It's a very mysterious maneuver.
Sorry, now it's up. Sorry, excuse me. I just had to update the page. So rook C7, Queen F2. Okay, so Vidit was not thinking of doubling his rooks on the C file. He was not thinking of knight A5, A6. And it appears that Yakuboev has not considered knight H5. So we're both completely...
We're playing a different game anyway.
Exactly, we're playing a different game. I mean... I would love to know if...
But what's the idea? He wants to play E4 then. He's protecting on D4 for the moment he can't, so he needs another move. Queen F2.
But it doesn't even work. Let us say I pass and you go E4. I'm taking the pawn.
No, I need another move. Yes. So
like
let's
that.
say I will, yes. But if I will move...
You go bishop B1, I'll poke with bishop A6 or knight A5 and so on. Maybe he is going to go bishop B1 and then E4. What can black do to get ready?
He's not, another question, he's not going for F5 here because he will reply by E5 and that's it.
No, I think that one is quite bad for white actually. So you never want to allow that response. But...
just I wanted to show it, of course, just in case. So... let's say we'll make a move, just any move. So this will be a very good position for black.
I mean,
you've closed
I'm thinking immediately of knight offs, even though the pawn is not on E4. But this is a bad structure for white because the black knight on F6 attacks a very weak pawn on E4 and so on.
Okay, so then after Queen F2, sorry.
I liked playing A6 more when the queen was on E2 because at least a pawn sacrifice felt kind of clever. After Queen F2, A6, I don't... But I'm at a loss to... I'm just simply not able to tell what they're thinking. Let's move on to some other boards. By the way, we are getting lost in this, but Nihal is still... we'll try to squeeze water out of a rock here. S.L. Narayanan has solved a lot of his problems. I mean, he has managed to bishop A4, queen C7, queen E2. He played bishop F6. And then white played knight G5, which I would be suspect about because it eliminates the black bishop, which means that that's one less piece for black to think about. And then black exchanges the other one. And now black's problem was that his pieces are all competing for squares, but now he's only got one piece. And it's very beautifully sitting on F7. And if he had wanted to, I think F5 is a winning, attempt to be better because if I wanted to play queen takes G4 and G5, it's just a draw. It's a pawn fortress. If I did this, and if I do this, I don't think white has winning opportunities anymore because this pawn will not participate. You cannot play d4 because you'll just lose a pawn, and all the dark squares are controlled, and the bishop is being hemmed in. So white would just sit and black would sit on g6 with this king.
And the knight on f7 protects everything. This
yes.
Is
well, it protects the pawn. It protects d6, and d6 protects everybody else. So, but f5. Yeah, you could also play f5, f4 in same logic. Yeah. You don't have the f4 break anymore, so he has extended the... And this bishop is getting hemmed in now. If I came here and you went here, this bishop is in a bad way. Because it doesn't have access to the square. It doesn't have access to the square. It now has to... You have to play f3, bishop e1, f2. And still, these pawns are also well defended. Everything depends on this guy on d6, which is defended by f7. I think already we can say it's a very nice position for black.
Here we have a wild position.
He actually went knight h5. Okay.
Yes, let's have a look at this
before we get back to Spain. So as we spoke, g5. And we kept thinking knight e8, but knight h5. Again, it just shows that they don't think very dogmatically. Exactly. They're open to moves like knight h5, and I'm sure if knight g8 is there, they'll consider it. I don't get the feeling they're playing by feeling. They're
very concrete. Of course,
and it's impressive to see. Okay, but Setu is not lacking in this department, and he goes f6 check. I don't know if I would have preferred knight d5, but it's true that this has a certain attraction. Now, if g takes f6, he's not going to come out. He's going to go back. That's clear, right?
But I can take on g6, no? Or this is not...
You can, but then I would take that.
I won't be able to take on c4 immediately.
Agreed, but I would play bishop e6. No, bishop e6, b3, and I wanted to say I'll play rook g8 and try to come here. And then I wanted to say that knight d4 would attack your bishop. But I realized that rook a1 check is getting unpleasant. So
I shouldn't take. Okay,
but if I don't take on f6, what should I do? Maybe queen f4. Queen f4 is a possibility. Because I want to play rook d5. You cannot take here because I'll do this, and now this loses a piece. Rook takes d7. So you would have to allow my queen to come in further. Whereupon, yes, rook g1 wins. Because now if you play rook g8, queen f6 wins. If you move your knight, I'm winning. No, sir. Yeah, and if you go bishop g4, I cannot take because knight d3 check will win the queen. But I can interpolate this then, and I'm winning. Yeah, so he would have to, maybe queen f4 is an idea.
Can I start with bishop e6 here?
Yes, and I don't have my rook d6, right?
And after queen f6, I will simply go like king g8. And how can you continue here?
Wait, after bishop e6, what if I go rook d5 to undermine this knight?
So if I will take knight g5, and then queen is f6, and knight e7. Yes.
Well, I would do this first, I think, even, because it gives me even more options.
Okay, then queen c4.
After rook d5, yes. Okay, now you're threatening a3 yourself, but I can play rook takes d6 because now your knight has to. Oh, but maybe you could just go knight g6. I take. You go here, and if queen here, you go here. I could go rook d1. Try to play rook d8.
a3.
a3.
Take. Okay.
But now you have this, and queen f1 check, and you take this pawn just in time.
Queen f6.
So I cannot play king b1. I can play king b2.
But do I have rook a2?
I'm not so sure. What?
And then
you take, and I go king c1, and you've run out of checks, and then it's mate over there.
Yes, and queen g7 is coming.
Yes, that is a threat.
Yes, of course.
In fact, that is why I have not blundered a piece. you cannot take this because if I'll take and then after you take, white has this mate. Fun line, but queen f4. I feel that since black is always threatening to run away to g8, it might not matter. Perhaps even knight takes c4 because we protect d6 and
yes,
we make some
c4
progress.
Is an interesting.
Still, I think rook d5 is useful to have because now I'll play gf6 check and rook takes
rook h5.
Rook h5, but you're already counterattacking on b2. After knight c4, maybe knight d5 is very strong because I'm threatening queen f6 and mate. That must be very strong.
No, but isn't it mate there? For example, just a second. After queen b6, I was thinking about g takes f6. Here. So let's say queen h6. No. Queen h6. Queen b2, king d1. Okay, and then rook h5. Is this winning?
I'll do this.
Okay, I'll take. You have queen g6 at the end.
And I'll pretend I saw it all. Of course you believe it. You know I saw it.
Yes.
So,
but then if I start with rook h5, does it make any difference? Because I threaten rook h7,
correct.
queen h4.
I think that is probably working. I don't see anything against it.
So, interestingly enough, every threat black.
But it's a very rich position. By the way, after queen c4, I think this might just be the easiest. Knight d5. I mean, why go for something complicated? I'm threatening knight e7. You go here, I go queen h6, and I play knight f6. Game over. So this is much easier. But just to let's see what he's played. Oh, just ef6. So they're still here. Queen f4 is thing. What is Vidit doing? After rook c7, he's gone king h8. Please explain this move to me, Almira. Okay, I'll tell you one thing.
Well,
which is that
it's directed
e4,
against e4, yes.
e4, because after rook fe1, what happens is after queen f2, if you play a6, then in theory I could do this, though I think I couldn't. And then if you move the knight, bishop takes d4,
And
rook takes d4, and then this check.
check, yes.
But I think the problem with this argument is that knight f3 check is working for black. So it doesn't actually work. Because after gf3, I would take here and attack your rook. If you took this, now if you take the knight, I win your queen like this. So it doesn't work, but that could be in the back of his mind in some line that king h8 works. And white then goes rook fe1.
And now he goes a6.
And he goes a6. But now after bishop b1, how are you stopping e4? I mean, we seem to have hit this point finally where white gets what he wants, but how does black... And this rook c7, rook d7 thing, I don't understand. Maybe he's got a specific plan, but I just don't see what he's doing. Yes, bishop b1 has happened. So now white is about to do liftoff and black isn't able to stop this anymore.
But there is a similar idea with white. But I mean, when you have the bishop on b2 and then you put the rooks on the second file, but that's the only idea that you could get. You could put this, then play f5, I mean at some point, and then stop white's play. So maybe he was preparing something like this against queen h5, but it was sort of a tango, you know.
Please tell me again why rook c7 here, and then why he didn't go to a8.
Yeah, this I don't know. No, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So maybe queen 8.
But now I'm concerned because after bishop b1, how does white actually... Bishop b1 has happened on the board. And now e4 is coming. And it seems that all these maneuvers were for nothing. I mean, white has managed to get what he wants. And then... of course, e4 is not the end of the world. Especially if I don't take on d4, e4 is not the end of the world because let us say I do this,
not to open the bishop, yes,
and I do this. You go here, and I just keep waiting. Now these kind of sacks don't work because without these two pawns, the bishop and a1 would actually be pointing at the black king. But here, it doesn't work. So it must be said it's still very far from thing. Actually, this might be a good plan for black. Like this, I activate my knight on c4, it's controlling some squares, harassing white, but you can't break through.
And then queen a8.
Yeah. I suspect you're going to end up playing queen g8 instead. But
Oh, okay. But this is a very useful resource.
But I didn't need rook c7
Yes.
for that. So once again, I have no idea. I don't understand this game, but it's going to be very entertaining for sure.
Okay, we have.
He has gone knight a5.
Yes, knight a5 was played, but we have to move to another match of the semifinals. So China against Spain.
Oh yes, they were playing as well. Okay. Oh, so Jaime seems to have done a very good job here. He's got. Let's see how this happened. It's g5, b6. So he went here. He brought the knight up, and black felt compelled to play h6, which is a strong statement. Black could have played f6 if he wanted. I understand it's not desirable for your pawn structure, but you're still a pawn up. So something like this, I don't know, either queen f6 or maybe knight f6 now, so you don't have knight g4 with tempo. White structurally very good, but it's a position. It's interesting that black felt that this was called for.
But even here, like after knight f6, if I play knight g4 and try something.
Even after f6, knight g4?
Yes. No, take. No, I wanted to take here and knight g4. Yes, I want to exchange. I'm sorry.
It's not an exchange, yeah,
sorry. No, because my queen, you see, like my glasses today is like, because I thought the queen was on e2. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, but anyway, this is interesting what has happened. He's gone h6, g6, queen h4. And now Jaime does a brilliant job. He goes bishop b5, forcing... maybe black could have done rook a d8, not c6. Because after this, now the knight is able to come back. So queen g4 happened, bishop f1, c5, knight g5. This is a classic kind of way to play knight on g5 when your pawn is on h7. So they're often a very good combination together. Imagine a rook on getting to 8th rank would be made. Knight f6, queen e3. So now white is threatening queen e5. Almost all endings are better for white because this h-pawn will survive one way or the other. Must be pretty decent for white. We can point out that queen h5 is a blunder because queen e5 wins on the spot. There is no defense to that. Whereas now queen e5 could be met by queen f5. So for the moment,
so can I start with maybe rook d8?
Yeah.
Yes, rook d8, and if queen e5, then queen f5.
Yeah, so rook d8 threatens to bring this one out. Let's say I go queen e5. Or maybe I can play. I can't. Can I go dc5?
And if you attack my queen, bishop b2, you will go queen h4 here. Yes.
Excuse me?
If I play bishop b2 first, queen g2 mate.
No, actually, sorry, this doesn't work
this.
because I thought if you do this, I have queen e5, but you have queen d8 at the end. So I can't blunder a rook like that. Okay. And he has played rook a d8. I must say, let's consider f3 again, because now I'm forcing you to f5. After f3, he has, no, that's my game, sorry. If I go f3, you can't play queen h4, h5 or h4 because queen e5 wins.
Queen f5 then, but then bishop...
No, you cannot go to these squares because now queen e5 wins.
No, of course, but then queen f5.
Queen f5. Now I have bishop d3 and I'm really pushing you around. Let's say I play bishop d3. What are you going to play?
Maybe c takes d4 first.
No problem.
Queen a5, you will play queen f4.
Yes. And if queen d5, have this, then I'll play bishop e4. You take. I'm very happy with this thing because with the pawn on h6, queen coming to the f file, this is very nice. Rook a d8, f3 looks good to me. My queen g3, of course. f3, then queen g3. That would be a nice move to have because then I don't get this queen e5 square. But even now, I would say that queen e5, you would take and play knight h7. I could still play f4 now, and you see the problem. This pawn is now locked into place, which means all endings are good for white and all that. because there's only one piece can defend it, so you're missing a king, right?
I will not take on g5, but...
But if you don't take, then how do you can't attack the h-pawn anyway, because your knight can no longer come back to g4. Okay, so let's try queen g3. Is there something else white can do? Can I go d takes c5? Now. Or will you have some clever move?
But why not queen e5? I liked this idea very much of transposing to this endgame. I think after queen e5, you're forced to take, and then if the only move you have at your disposal is knight h7, then white's strategy succeeded in this position.
Yes.
Can we have like another look at queen e5? Is there anything else after d takes e5?
You could probably play knight d5.
Knight d5.
Might go c4. You play knight c3.
No, but can you start with bishop b5 first? Just thinking. Or maybe even knight e4. No, not bishop b5, knight e4.
Ah, okay,
yes. I think knight e4 is better. So first knight e4.
That's true.
And then.
So.
Yes, and there is a very interesting position on the second board of this match.
Oh, Anton is much better because he can put a rook on c3 and a castle, and white is basically paralyzed here. I can attack with b5, I can put the bishop on h6, I can bring double the rooks on the c file, so just black is for choice with plans. This must be massive.
I have to remember.
And the problem is this knight on e1, what's that?
Yeah. No, I wanted to say that I will have to remember this very interesting idea in the opening. Like bishop
h5 and bishop f5, queen c8,
Queen c8, yes. I will try to analyze it at home, but here...
So actually, surprisingly, China is under huge pressure. We were speaking about how invincible they looked, but here they are under huge pressure. c6, Alexei also doing some fire on board.
But truth to be told, this is a very grueling tournament, and you have to play so many games per day, and there are so many critical moments, so sometimes players are getting very tired.
Yeah. What would happen now for a2? Because I have to stop bishop c5 by distracting you, right? Maybe I don't even need to distract you like that. I can play b4. Because if you play bishop c5, I then play a2 and somebody has to come back.
Can I start with c7 maybe at the beginning, like here?
c6.
b4.
Before c7. Also c6, can I go rook here? Oh, then you'll play bishop c5, and that is actually might work. It's hard for me to tell. Can I go rook a6? Bishop c5, a2. But then I might as well play a2 here.
So you start
and just stop
with
bishop
a2.
c5. I guess Alexei's point was c7. And I cannot move the black rook from the 8th rank because rook takes c7 check will happen. And for the moment, black is paralyzed, right? Or is king f8 working?
King f8, what can we do here?
He's gone rook a4. Well, which is similar to what I was trying to do with b4 in the sense that bishop, this is not a threat because you will not be able to cover this. But actually that seems to be quite a bit overdoing it by Alexei, right? I mean, why plunge into this and give all these pass pawns on a3 and b4?
If you play c7 here, is it losing? She cannot play one, then I will take on e7 and queen.
Okay, let me go out on a limb here with what, king g6 or something? Can I do that?
But isn't it mate then?
Wait, let me queen, sorry, let me just queen.
So, yes, rook
Taking
e7,
this one.
Yes.
Or you could take with this one even, just to make the point that if I go king g6, then rook a1 will work. No, it doesn't, but I'm tired. Let's see if this is mate or not. Or rather, let's see for who is mating.
Yes. Do you have rook e4 here?
Rook f4, you mean?
Yeah, rook f4, sorry.
Rook f4, king g3.
Rook g4.
Yeah, that might be one. Also, doesn't rook e2 work? Oh, you have rook e2,
Yes,
sorry.
rook
So,
e2, yes,
no, then I need this, sorry. If king e2, queen f1,
Yes. Oh,
but wait.
Yes, that's the only move.
Suddenly you don't have a square to check me further. So you'll check
Queen
me here.
g2.
Oh God, what a game.
Rook e2 then. And
So maybe my rook a4 is worse because of your trick of c7. Maybe my idea of b4, keeps the same tactic, but keeps one rook watching c8. And this works for the moment. Rook a4 has happened. What is the time like? 19 minutes and 3 minutes for Bay. So I think it has to be c7 now.
yes.
But c7 he wants to go rook c4. So it's your idea of bishop c5 and then rook c7 maybe is correct.
But didn't we start with bishop c? No, we played c7.
Yes, he has gone bishop
yes,
c5.
Bishop c5, then a2 and
If
bishop
it is
c7.
a2, he goes. Or maybe he wants to do this.
But that was the way we
Can he do
played.
this? Can he do this? Rook e4.
Rook e4, if I take and play a2, then you...
Yeah.
Oh, okay, this works then. But then why don't you give first check, or it doesn't really matter to drive your king away with that?
Oh wait, can I go bishop a3? No, you'll just go king e6. I could play bishop e7 and if rook e7, c7. But even then a2, c8, a8, I mean, it's not a winning attempt is what I want to say. In which case, why was it necessary here to play f5, do all this magic show, and then try to be better? I mean, he would have had to evaluate this as better for white to even start it, right? Because there was no need. And I don't know why he didn't start with f5 instead of h5. So just creativity all around.
No, but maybe that in this line after rook a4, he could take on f4, and that would be an extra pawn, like for black, if it's the same. So f5 just doubles the pawns, and you have the same position.
Okay, Nihal has drawn.
It's already a draw?
Yes. Another series of moves we could not anticipate. Bishop c1. And I was trying to say that you could play b5 and wait. But with it seems to have felt threatened, because he goes back to g8.
I think there was a blunder in this move. In this game, let's get back just a second.
It's over, yeah?
Just, I think he blundered a very simple combination, because I have the position on the board and like knight d3.
Oh,
yes,
God.
Yes.
Queen f4,
And-
bishop e6.
yes.
He went rook hg1 first.
And he blundered knight d3.
Oh, it wasn't a total blunder, but he's lost anyway. Because queen g5, g5, h4, h4 is winning.
Okay, that was
Or
the
H4
end of
and
the
yeah.
variation. Okay, so what did
Rook
he miss
g1
here?
is
I mean, what was
tough,
the move
yeah.
that he missed?
Well,
in
he
this
just knight
line?
d3 check, yeah.
No, but I mean after, or just he saw it, and then after queen g1, knight d1, queen g5, you have to play bishop g4. That's the last move of the variation.
Yes. But I think rook h1 just misses. By the way, rook h1, queen g1 doesn't work because I have queen f6.
Yes,
so
queen
it was important in this move order. Okay, that's a tough blow. SL is doing well. That bishop is still helpless out there. SL is doing well, and with it, I have no idea what's going on. But you see, I thought you could just play with b5 and wait, because I didn't see how to continue for white. But cd4, cd4, knight g8 looks like f6, d5, e5, knight g3, knight e7. How are you evaluating this? Black's got a good knight on c4, but I would have to say he's worse.
Well, especially, after h6, I always want to sacrifice something. So if I will manage to...
Which is a good point. You could start with fe5 here.
Yes, fe5.
And if knight e5, then bishop h6 is a nice tactic.
Wins immediately, yes.
So we're on pressure on quite a few boards suddenly.
And of course...
But it's a real tragedy that this one happened, because this was looking very promising for India.
Isha, I just wanted to remind our viewers, of course, if you are joining us right now, because even though, for example, there was a huge blunder in this game and things might go wrong, there is always a second match for the teams. So this is only the first match of the semifinals. The teams will play with opposite colors the second round. So everyone has its chances in this tournament, and the round is still not over. For the moment, we have only one draw in this match. Nihal Sarin drew Jawahir Sindarov, and all games are still in progress. So Uzbekistan is probably going to win this match, yes, if they win on the first board and on the third board.
Okay, let me try f3 here. I think you have to go queen a1, right? I mean queen f1.
Can you start with knight h4 first?
Where?
Here. No, after queen a1, like not f3, but knight h4. Can you start with knight h4?
Yes, this, and then you want to go knight f3 check, and...
Well, I just wanted to find a way to win the d3 pawn.
Okay, so yeah, I was wondering about this, but I thought queen d1...
And queen g3, you have bishop c1.
Hang on, there might be a couple of intermezzos here. I could play f3. No, then gf3, queen takes d3, king g2 might not fully work out. Let me skip this f3 and go for a pawn mass. I go here.
You want to take on b3 and c4?
Yeah, I mean, can't go to f1 because it won't come back.
No, of course.
So, knight e4 is a blunder because queen d3, and you can't play knight f2 because there's a pin against the king.
No, queen b3, of course.
So bishop c1, queen b3, queen takes d2. White has won a piece, but I've now got connected pass pawns everywhere.
Kind of reminds us of yesterday's games yesterday.
Yeah.
But... So it's a nice try. What should I do here? Should I, how can I stop? Can I play bishop b2 first?
Yes. Can I play, well, b3 is a tough move to play. I could go queen e4.
Because I was not sure, maybe after b3 I could play...
bishop c3 and wait,
yes,
right? Yeah. I could go queen e4. You go f3?
f3, and then queen e3 or not?
Queen e3, queen c2 check. Yeah, well, that's why I don't know how to clinch it, but it's actually a tricky thing because here I could play f3. Anyway, why don't we just see what Setu is...
Is this the position on the board? No, No, the position he went already for knight h4. He started with knight h4, queen f1.
Who?
The position that we analyzed, but
he's
yes.
Queen f1.
So this is the position on the board. I think it's important, yes, to start with knight h4 and to keep your options, but how to, if we don't continue with knight f3 and knight d2. Can you play e4? I know that we don't want to open this bishop, but after take and queen a4, you're completely dominated, no? Do you have a move?
Yeah, it might be, maybe you're right. E4 doesn't come easily because you're really,
that's not
it's heartbreaking to let that bishop back in the game, but maybe that's the way to gain space.
Yeah,
and if I go f3?
Queen c2 I wanted to go, and you have queen f3.
I thought I had this big tactic.
And I will take the bishop, no?
Yes.
Okay,
after that, what will I, can I get bishop g7? No. Queen h4 is lost as well because you'll take on b2 and come to b1. Then you stop all checks. Maybe you're right. Yeah, maybe e4.
But I'm not sure. Maybe an e4, but you're forced to take. Yes, after e4, there's nothing you can try. Can you play d4? But then it looks horrible.
No, then knight f3 check is coming. So
yes,
cd4 wins.
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. No, e4 is brilliant if it's. It's a pity that queen takes d3, bishop c1, knight e4 doesn't work. Exactly now the king is on h7.
But even though there are a few pieces on the board left, I think, well, black's pieces are dominating.
Yes.
So maybe this is the winning plan. I cannot see what can you do after e4 takes queen e4. And I'm simply starting in queen c2.
Okay. Yeah, e4. Looks just huge.
And
so f5, bishop d3 happen.
Okay, that's.
I don't have a good feeling here. I mean, this is everything white wants. The only thing is, if that knight goes back to g8 now, you have finally rook f7, and we understand why rook c8 to c7 was played.
Yes. Let's put the position
But
on the board. Yes, because that's we are discussing the.
He has played e4. Well done, Almira.
The position.
That was
okay.
So you're right. E4 is convincing. For me, it's so. I mean, I was so in love with this pawn structure. I didn't want to touch it. I was trying to win without that. But you're right. This is very nice.
But this is a typical, like, the decision which, like, I was taught, you know, that in my childhood, you know, it's not easy, of course, but when your pieces dominate, so you should try to break through.
Gain even more space.
Yes, gain even more space, and you have to go for something decisive. We know that this is a critical moment because we did everything right. But,
so what was Sethu's plan here? He wants to, without exchanging anything, he wants to play knight f2 and hg4 so that you don't get the connected pass pawns.
Okay.
Then black will have just a bunch of pawns. But in the meantime, there's queenside break's going to happen. So let's say I go b3, takes. I mean, black could step back. If you go hg4, I go hg4, everything is pinned. And if you win this pawn, I have opened my pawn structure, I can play h5. It's not as hopeless as I thought. In fact, he's not even bothered, he's just gone hg4. But now hg4. And what's the way forward?
But why did we think that it was so hopeless at the beginning after knight d3?
Because it looked like there was a pawn, a tsunami of pawns would then follow, but maybe...
Yes, but he managed to stop.
But Vidit is not doing well. I mean, he's just blockaded on d6 with the rook.
Okay, but let's then switch to this game, just put it on the screen. It's a very difficult match.
That is horrible.
Yes.
If I take this and then I go bishop b2, you'll go knight here. I mean, I could play rook c1, take the c file. I could go knight f5 maybe. Many attractive moves. Knight f5 probably. And when you play rook f6, queen f g3, and now everybody is combining on every square. He's gone rook f1, which might just be much stronger, because white concede bishop c4 early. After rook f6, white will play queen e to attack the knight. So already one pair of rooks is coming off, and then it looks hopeless. But that was crazy. I still don't understand why he didn't play b5 and just... Was he afraid of b5 or e5? What move was it? Because after b5, I can even play... so if I done this, I can even do options like this. I mean, I have moves to knock the next few...
Is it possible that he didn't feel the position? I know it's a strange hypothesis, but he went for this line thinking that it's okay, but he didn't really feel it.
Which line?
This
Knight g8.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I mean at the beginning, yes.
Yeah, the whole line, but f4 is unexpected. Yeah. F4 is a new or relatively infrequent plan. So
maybe like he okay, I will develop, and it's fine. But somehow you don't have anything. You don't have.
Okay, with it, has allowed him queen.
Plan.
I mean, he's allowed him queen f8 check if he wants. Maybe it's not such a great thing, but.
Queen e1. Okay. This I don't understand. What is the idea after?
Now I guess he doesn't want to allow the exchange of rooks anymore. So rook f6 now doesn't work. And
but can you then? I wanted to start with knight h5.
I think he's just saying I can do anything I want here. Okay, with this has gone bishop c8. He could have gone knight h5. Yes.
Yes, I mean knight h5, and then I don't allow rook f6, and can I? No, I couldn't sacrifice on g7. Yes, because king g7, queen f7. Was it possible?
Wait, after rook f1, b5, yes, maybe the original plan worked again. And if rook c4, bishop b2, knight g6, knight f5 with the rook here, because I also have some queen a7 somewhere. What is queen e1? a4. That is very cool, because he will take on c4 and go bishop a3. So... But let's say I go knight g8, and then what? Well, white is better, but we're generally assuming that white is much better anyway. So is he breaking through actually?
But it's very strange, is this the position where you should start playing on both flanks? Because we were concentrated on, the mating attack. And he switched to queen a1 and a4. Why?
I don't know. I would have to give them the benefit of the doubt because they're actually concentrating on full tilt, whereas we are enjoying a nice game of chess. And so I will probably trust them on this one, but I think white is doing very well here. If I take, I don't even know if I need to take, but I do this. You take what doesn't matter. Then I go bishop b2, attacking the e5 pawn. Maybe it just collapses. I don't know, rook c4, and then I go bishop b2. How are you going to defend this one? You cannot defend it with queen e7 because of bishop a3. So you have to go queen e8. Whereupon I could play knight f5, and if you capture rook f5 wins that pawn. You go rook f6. Again, black is hanging in there. It's...
Can I go rook g6?
Can I go knight g7?
No, I want to, rook g6 is better maybe. I wanted to go rook g6 and maybe create...
But then I have knight h4 and knight f3 maybe.
Okay. Now, I wanted to make one active move in this game, rook c2, but you're not allowing me to. What else can I do?
Vidit has gone knight g6, so let's actually see what they're coming up with, because this is... So knight g6, the advantage is there is knight f4 one day, but more importantly, I think f8 is taken care of.
And what happened in The other semi-final, okay. Share of draw, that was a draw.
Okay, so he actually went
for rook e4, yes.
rook e4 takes. Bishop a3 and he made a draw here. Okay. Which is sensible enough. Anton hasn't made progress, but in this kind of position you almost don't need to. E5. Well, then he must be winning.
You can even play rook c5.
Just rook c5 and it's resigns. Yeah, because rook is coming to e3 and just over. Rook c5 and I think it's game over.
Black is winning here.
Oh, by the way, he didn't play e5 for fun. He doesn't. He's a bit nimzowiched. There is just no moves available. Okay.
That is another illustration of how black's pieces are dominating.
Yeah.
Compared to the other game.
So rook c5. So Spain is doing very well in this match. And Lu Shangle has defended very well given the possibilities we were seeing, but this is still better for white. Maybe not hugely, but it is better for white.
Will we play at some point g4 in this?
And
here?
Here white is a pawn up. So this is potentially a win for China, but of course a long way away, but king g3, f4, king g4 and something.
Given the time also, 30 seconds for
against 8 minutes, yes. So, okay. Knight h5 has happened, king h7, I don't even understand this move. SL is winning? He's winning, yes.
Yes, he went for e4. So
yes.
There was no move. Bishop c1 was played and then he played f3.
Yeah, now it doesn't even, because it's the kind of thing you go d2, d7, d1, d8, and unfortunately, even though you queened at the same time, it's made. So, okay, SL winning is very important because we need it. And, it's not going to end well, is it? Say I go rook d8. Then he goes rook h1, I have rook takes d6. What's he going to do after rook d8?
Well, I have to take on, can I take on f7, but then you will take on e4?
No, I'll just go here. No, first of all, I have to, that guy has to be defended.
No, but I have rook knight h6. It's very strange, but
But which one? This one?
Yes, this one.
Yes, and then just rook e4, right?
Yes, and your knights are tango there. There's nothing you can do, of course. But on the other hand, you can play h4. I know that's my last hope. What can I do? Now b3, you can even play a3 here. This is completely lost.
Yes. So this one is looking...
Do you see how difficult it is to analyze games and not to play because you're feeling even more depressed?
With this exchanging queens. Maybe his position isn't that bad now. I mean, you exchange queens and you go back and e5, you're not going to blunder e5, which means the d-passer, yes, white's position is beautiful, but is it so terrible? Also, ab5, the inclusion means that black's rook has more squares. So...
Am I forced to exchange queens? Or...
But what will you play? Knight g3?
Yes.
But then I have bishop g4.
Okay, so
yeah, queen h4, knight h4 has happened. This is the current position. This is the arrow capital of the world.
Maybe this is the algorithm, because, you know, at some point a few years ago I participated in a conference where the artificial intelligence was...
okay, SL Narayanan has won, so that's a huge win for India.
So developed, but they were working on humor, so maybe this is the way...
Which one?
Well, the program, you know, design and errors is just, you know...
Okay.
It's making fun of us.
And he lost on time, so that was a huge blow for Spain. Now Anton will win, so the thing is, Anton was supposed to give them the lead, not just equalize the match. Jaime may still haul this one in for Spain, but very tense match today. As you could expect with
Actually,
4 teams which end up in the semifinals. But
yes, but that was the question that I asked you, and he went for this plan because I think that is probably the only active plan in this position, to play g4, g5 to cement the pawns f7 and e6.
Like some water? Oh.
No, I'm okay. I'm just having some Coca-Cola, meaning. And what can you do here now?
Tough. I think
Are you
rook
going
takes
for
d8.
Can you go king
Rook
g4?
h1 maybe, I don't know.
I'm afraid to go king g4 here. No? Can you try king g4? Then you'll take on d1. I will take on h8. I want to play rook h7 and g6. How are you controlling both files?
Why do you get to play white's position? Why don't you play black?
Well, it's white's a move.
I saw how cleverly you gave me the black pieces and you're enjoying yourself, right?
Yes.
I think we can both agree we like white. So he took on d8, allowing rook h1. So where is he going to go? Maybe rook c8? And if king d7, perhaps knight d6 is winning. No, he's gone rook g8. Oh, because he's going to play knight f6 check, and then black will not be able to return because of the mate. And then the f7 pawn becomes indefensible. But if knight e7...
No, but the king is on e7, so for the moment he can start...
Oh, the king is on e7.
Can he start giving checks?
Oh, because he didn't do my clever rook c8 thing. He just made the sensible move on his own. Rook d1. I mean, then again, my clever move would have been, would have left the black's king on d7, so take your pick.
So, it's not so clear. I think the second match, white is still better on the first board, but here things are...
He's gone rook h8. But actually, you could call it part of a plan, because he had to go to g8 when the rook was on h1, but now he's wafted his way to...
So he brought the rook on h7, of course, this is the winning plan, but now...
But now knight d6 must be over, right? Yeah, knight f6.
Knight d6.
Knight d6, sorry. Is there any defense after knight d6? Maybe king g8 was the problem. And then if rook takes f7, you have rook takes d6. So,
but can you
what about g6 and knight g5? Or maybe you just improve your king g4.
So you're going to start with king g4 and then g6, king g5.
Yeah, something like
and
that.
king f6. If I will play knight e7. But if you start...
There must be something better. Hang on. He's in fact gone to e2.
Okay, this is...
It still doesn't solve the problem of black's trick, which is king g8. But he's now gone c4. So, slightly hope-based with rook d3. And now, how should white go about this one? King g8, yeah.
Now maybe simply rook h6 and g6 next.
But rook h6, I go knight e7. This is not really, no, this is messing it up. Knight e7. Now you don't even have rook f6. Do you have rook f6 or not? This is blown it. Knight e7 and then it's...
I know, he has rook h8 and knight f7.
Yes, oh, that was the beautiful blow. Okay, then it's... great. king
Yeah, you have
H8.
to take, yes, of course, and maybe
Yes.
he went for
Oh,
the
that is
solution,
brilliant,
of
yeah.
course, so. Maybe that was the trick he was hoping for. He was set in a trap, actually. You know, he played king e2, c4.
But wait, this is
I'm not sure.
king g6
yes,
has
if
happened,
this is
and
winning.
now how do we win?
So knight e6, king f5.
But no, I will go king f3 first, of course.
And then king f5.
And then I guess knight f7 or something like that. Knight b7.
Yeah,
if I
knight
want.
d6.
You'll go knight d5. I'll come here and collect this pawn, but it's true. I would need to check on. He's gone king f3, king f5, and now what's the winning plan?
So this match is tied for the moment, and this is this decisive game.
Wait. Can I play a4? Oh no, knight g6 is a threat, right? Yeah, knight g6 is a threat.
Can you start with knight f7 maybe? I don't know if it.
Well, he's gone
makes
to
a
f7,
difference.
but I go knight d5, and then what do you do? Knight
I think
d6, king
yes, it's the
g6.
same. Yes, the same variation.
Yeah.
So knight c4. Ah, no, that's a strange idea. I wanted to go king e4, king d4, but you have knight e2, and it will collect on f4.
Yeah. No, I wanted to do this. Well, I can do knight e4 as well, but then you might play b5. So he's taken knight c4, knight c3. Is he winning this? And now knight a5 maybe. Is black better almost?
Yes, let's have a look, because I think there was a huge turn of events
This
here.
one is looking like
No.
a lot of pawns.
But I think on the first board, things are completely different.
Yeah.
And
Now suddenly Vidit is doing well.
yeah, so
I don't know if quite better because black is quite solid.
maybe it's a draw.
Okay, Anton has hauled it in, so it's a pity if this one doesn't work out for Spain because they actually did dominate the match. Yeah, Anton won, but we knew that. Okay, he's exchanging the rooks.
Yes, but black is doing okay in this position, even if you take on f1. What can you do? Yes, he took on f1. You can play knight b1. I think knight c3. I started with king d6. Okay, but then bishop d3. What do you think we should? Because here I thought that he might start with knight b1 first, knight c3, and then king d6. But now you don't have this maneuver. Or maybe you can play knight b5 here. Seems equal anyway. Okay, 30 seconds for both players, but this is going to be a draw.
Yes. So with this hanging in there with this thing of not allowing knight c4 check, which would be, he's gone king c7. Oh, and simply he's going to exchange the knights because there is no way for white to keep the knight. Which means that Vidit has a good bishop and he can play for a long time if he wants.
Hey, you think so?
Yeah. It's probably not going to be enough, but a good bishop in this time control is worth something. Okay, so he just gave up right away. So now takes. I would play g5 before anything happened. Bishop takes c4, and I would slam g5 in the board because it keeps h. Oh, come on. Then h4. I mean, if you play g5, you can hope for h5, h4. But maybe there's not much hoping left here anyway.
But now the king can go king c5, king d4, d3, yes. Okay,
this is suddenly, yeah. And tremendous defense by Liu Xianglei. He took a really hopeless position. I think just pristine defense.
So they drew already, yes?
Yes.
2-2.
Yes. Setu has resigned, so we are tied here, and now Vidit is going to try. But this is the point. Had Vidit not, had he played g5, he might have had time for h5, h4. Oh, no, white would have played g3, g4, g3, h4 anyway, so maybe it's not such a big deal as I'm making it out to be.
Yeah, so it was very important to play bishop g4.
So now I go king d4, and I play, king d4 would allow d6, yeah. So he first has to probe here and there.
No, but maybe this is okay.
Ah, no? So it must be just a draw now, yes.
Because it was very important to play bishop g4, bishop f5, to keep the bishop on this diagonal.
Yes, that is true.
For a moment,
could he have done something better? Before this bishop charged back, could he have done something? I mean, I was excited about g5, but he would have probably gone bishop e2, g4 anyway, so no big deal. I mean, white can play g3, so here there is just no way to make progress because white will play d6 whenever that happens, so he'll just go and wait on b2. He can play king b2 and wait, and black cannot make progress. So both matches end in draws, but it was not looking like it was going to be a draw at all. No, this one turned dramatically.
Yeah, well, both matches were such roller coasters. Yes. So paramedics were waiting for Visha here, but everything is fine now. So yes, king b2 is played, but then what can we do here? Yes, king d6, king c2.
Yes, I think they will make a draw now.
A lot of missed opportunities in this match.
And I have no qualms about admitting that I don't understand anything of this game. This game, I didn't understand from the get-go. Maybe it was just a very difficult position, very unusual position. So, yes, they have drawn, and that makes it both matches 2-2.
Well, on the other hand, you have the privilege of asking Vidit. You can ask him a few questions about this opening.
Yeah, but when can I ask him? I'll have to wait for the match to finish. I can hardly ask him now, so what do you do?
What the hell were you doing?
Yes, I'm sure exactly what he waits for me. To be bullied.
Okay, let's bring the results on your screen. And you can see Ivan Sokolov, probably disappointed. This is what is he doing right now. I think he's asking, what were you doing there? So Spain drew 2-2 against China. Tremendous defense by Liu Xianglei in the first board. He saved the match. And Uzbekistan drew India. So the next round will start in an hour. Stay tuned, of course. We will take a small break, and this will be another fight.
Yes.
Okay, and we are here with,
David Anton.
and you just won a big game. Who was that against?
I won against the team of China. It was a tense game, but I think I played a very good game.
And was that your favorite game this tournament, or has there been other ones that you liked better?
I think this one probably was my best. Maybe also the victory against Radjabov yesterday was very important because we qualified for semifinals, so probably one of the two.
Okay, and how do you like this time control, which is 45 moves and 10-second increment?
I like it. I didn't know before coming here, but now that I'm playing, I think it's good time control. And yeah, I would like to play more with this one. Yeah.
And speaking of playing, do you ever play in online serious tournaments, or do you just prefer over the board?
Yeah, I played several tournaments online. I played the Champions Tour, for example. That is a great tournament. And yeah, I like playing online. I think I prefer on the board, but anyway, both are very interesting. And I'm happy that online chess is also growing.
Thank you. Good luck.
Gentlemen, yes, welcome back to our studio in Jerusalem. You have 4 teams on your screen. This is the second match of the World Team Championship semifinal, and the first matches were drawn, so tension is rising here in Jerusalem, and even the commentators, I think, are having a hard time hiding their emotions or controlling their emotions. Vishu, what did you do during the break?
I just sat on my computer and looked at stuff and did nothing. I had no energy to do very much.
So we had
Okay,
very tense matches in at the beginning of the semifinal. A lot of missed opportunities for all of the teams in this event. So here we go. D4 is on the board, and which board it is? It's the match between India and Uzbekistan.
Yeah.
Bishop, before we start talking about a lot of serious things, I came across this quote by Vasil Ivanchuk, and I wanted to ask you, what do you think about it? So, marriage is like taking a pawn on B2 in the Night of Sicilian. Do you agree with it? Is it that dangerous?
Actually, doesn't it just mean there's a lot of forced draws and not much to do? Only Vasily could come up with something like this. My answer would be yes, but if you know what your line you're supposed to play, it's a draw.
Okay.
Can we leave it there?
Yes, that's a good answer.
Only Vasily.
But I think, to his defense, I think it was said,
but if you don't know what if you don't know what you're getting into, then
exactly,
it's full of fun and excitement. Okay.
So, Ivan Sokolov is on your screen, and the Chinese team captain as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's
have a look at the pairings first of all. Okay, we have the position on your screen already. What was this? The advanced French.
French advanced,
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And why are they playing at such speed?
Because it's all known theory, and then they're confident. H6. Typically, white should play H4. He might be able to delay it a little bit, but not forever. Because the point is, white wants to play H4, mm-hmm. bring the knight to F4. Sometimes even play King F1, G1. you want to leave the rook on that file.
Okay.
The rook might come out like this. So once he plays h4, I'll save you the trouble, and then I'll. But he might be able to delay it by one move. He could play h4 in a move after castles or something else. But I think it's a difficult position to play for black, though objectively it holds, but you have to be quite careful here.
Actually, I wanted to have a look at the pairings because there might be a slight change in the lineup, so we're not even sure, who is playing in the second match of the semifinals. So,
Daniel Lufa is new and Sasi is new.
Okay.
I think the Uzbeks are the same, and so are the Chinese. So.
Okay. Krishnan Sashikran is playing on board 4 for India. Yes, and Yufa Daniela is playing on board 4 for Spain. Where does it leave us? Spain is having white on board 1 and 3, so Alexei Shirov
now has to be black. And wow, his position. Okay, but we'll get to it, I guess. That is Alexei's position. Not so much fire on the board as chaos on the board, but this could be very interesting if Norderbeck plays Queen B6 takes B2, but it's not a Sicilian. Shall we call it a roaring affair?
Well,
rather than marriage?
We could, but then he goes for
okay,
C5.
E3. I now after Vasily's quote, I'm really rooting for Queen B6 now.
Okay, do you want me to check the recent games, or you have your own analysis in this line?
Well, you can, of course, we must check the recent games because there must be.
C5, E3 is already on the board, and we are rooting for Queen.
No, Knight C6, Knight B2, Queen B6, and then D takes C5, Queen B2. It's again a line where if you know your stuff, but perhaps Vasily was not referring to this.
So rook b1, and maybe we can show the position on the board while black is still.
There are other alternative ideas. You can play Queen B6, for instance, but one of the lines is this one. And now, yes, bingo. He could play CD, ED, Bishop F5 or something, but if he goes for this.
Queen c3, yes, is the move on this
Queen
position.
c3, Queen a3 also works.
Okay, there are a few options here.
Yeah.
But okay, what is white's idea? After Queen c3, you play Bishop b5. You don't allow black to play e5 probably, or e5 is not.
Yes, whereupon you can play e6 or g6. Generally g6 is slightly more popular.
But I just realized e5 is not a threat because you have rook b3, yes? I mean,
what's not a threat?
Let's say if I don't play Bishop b5, could you play e5 here, but I have rook b3? Or it's...
yeah, but I mean, I could play Queen takes c5 and then be kicked around a bit, or even delay it a move. I could play e6 and maybe take on c5.
But then why don't you take on c5 after Bishop b5? Let me check.
I think c4 must be quite unpleasant.
Yes, c4 is one of the main moves in these positions, and it's actually so.
I mean, the black queen is going to get kicked around a lot.
Okay, so it's important to keep your queen on c3, and then Bishop b5. Okay, you have e6 and g6, and I think.
Well,
we played
yes.
both of them. Yes.
However, just to point out that Norderbeck is still thinking. He has not yet played Queen B6. He has not yet gotten married, according to Ivanchuk, and we're still waiting for some action.
By the way, is it still true? If you're getting married, you're losing a few rating points, or the paradigm has changed?
Well, it didn't work for me because I gained rating points after my marriage, and I don't know what the current standings are for this particular statistic.
Okay, yeah,
I have not been following it extremely closely, but
generally speaking, the life of the chess player is filled with sacrifices, and there's so much that you have to give up in order to fight for the world championship crown, of course. And I know that Aruna has been supporting you for all of these years, and so this maybe sets a different example.
Which?
Well, I mean that all of the young players, they're not married for a long time, and they're trying to maybe became harder also to become an elite player nowadays.
I mean, it's fun to talk about. Definitely, I got lucky. I mean, my wife has supported me a lot, as you mentioned, but I don't think marriage is part of a career move. But let's just say that perhaps many of them haven't hit that point yet when they want to make that commitment, or haven't gotten that far.
No,
but no, I understand you were being humorous, but just to, I don't know what to say. Bishop d3, is that what happened? No, he went knight bd2.
So bishop, what happened in the night? He's still thinking, yes, about queen b6. Okay, so
he's thinking quite a bit here. Not sure why. But then again, they do have 45 minutes, so you might want to just go over the lines in your head. Do you remember what happens after bishop b5? Maybe he might be deep down some line and so on. Okay. In this game, White is taking his time. In fact, White is delaying knight e to f4. Then there is one alternate idea which sometimes might be handy. Knight a4 c5. Castles and...
But where do you go after knight a4, by the way? I asked myself.
Queen b5, I would have thought.
Queen b5 is...
no, maybe not. Maybe not, because...
can I simply go queen...
Okay, rook a8 kind of spoils the argument, but let's say you're gone here and I went here.
So I can go knight c3.
You can come back,
but rook c8.
But then I go here, and next I will double on the c file, rook e8, c8, c6, and so on. So this is quite typical for this line, that you then maneuver the knight around a lot. This plan again, or even this one. So it's a position for thing, because this bishop is tied down to defending that pawn, and that is a problem. In fact, the bishop has become part of the pawn formation.
But here, even if you play knight to2, knight to4, if I double on, if I take control of the c file, then if you bring the knight to d3, I have b6. Maybe black is doing fine.
Yes, but because you don't have any pawn breaks, even if you get control of the c file, you've got control of hot air. I mean, it's just you have no way to attack the a3 pawn, which is the base. Whereas if you had the pawn on a6, you would play a5 and undermine the whole thing. So the c file is a useful thing to have, but it's not by in itself decisive. And also, this plan is not likely, because the knight is going to spend all its time defending this. I'm curious, rook a8, rook fc1 now. So maybe he wouldn't have gone queen b5, queen d8. And posing a gentle question, what are you going to do with this pawn? Now, if h5, there is this option, which is to collect the h5 pawn in return for the f pawn. Could be a move. Of course, this could also be an idea. And if you make some, this one is an annoying move, because it'll spoil my point. But I wanted to play g5, but now g4 and knight g3 is going to be bad. So king h7 is, but I played king h7 only to say that I could play g5. So I do not play king h7.
After king h7, maybe you don't have g4 immediately, because you have queen d7, yes?
But then knight a4, it could be unpleasant. I would guess that I can just play g6.
g6.
But after g5, I don't even have that, because here white is just winning. Queen d7, knight g3, and resigns. So, but nobody's going to play king h7. I just wanted to I want to illustrate
yes,
G5. I put the king there and then looks bad. Okay. What is SL Narayanan? This Ragozin setup. You could play knight e4, but it is thought that this ending could be better for white. They typically play knight f1, knight g3, king d2, and slowly advance on the queen side and try to exert some gentle pressure. In fact, here you can see in an endgame the king belongs in the center, so he wants to play king d2 and bishop d3, and position even the king on d3.
And if knight f6, you will always play f3, yes?
Yes, and you will have no chance to play knight e4 check or something. But black doesn't have to play knight e4. It's worth noting though that if you don't play knight e4, you can end up in a situation where you face the two bishops in a long-term battle. So, okay, what is happening with Nihal Sarin? Okay, this was clever because Nihal had a difficult game the other day in this setup. But he must have done his homework. And you can see some useful moves. Queen on e8, supporting knight g6, maybe queen h5 and g5 first. So if he has got some specific plan, it's usually a good thing.
Vishy, can we have a look at Alexei Shirov?
Okay, one second.
Okay,
let me just quickly, so Sasi is allowing a theoretical battle in the English.
Okay, this is the last board, of course.
Yes. ed3, knight d3. What's the evaluation? I don't know. What's your hunch?
Normally you're supposed to be a little bit better here, no?
With white, yes.
Yes, with white, because...
But on the other hand, black also is able to exchange this knight after a move or two, and then the bishop has a natural square. So only if white pushes this pawns,
but where
e4, f4.
Where do you go?
That will be the question, because I don't know, do you go to h5 or a5 or what?
Queen h5.
Yeah. And if knight f4, then back to the other end and something like that. Okay. Shirov.
Yes, just I wanted to show you this position. I don't understand anything about it.
Let's see this one. Bishop f4, knight a6. Knight b4. Do you remember this line? I think they used to have this line as well, but yes, I believe it's supposed to be okay for black.
Yes, but I don't remember what was
Queen
the
b6
evaluation.
and then b3, and it's supposed to be okay for black in the end, I think, which obviously he was not afraid of. So knight c3. Once again, we have lots of arrows, yes. fe3, bishop h6. I won't try to make any comments here. Yes. It's just a computer line, and it's clear that they know what they're doing. So, again, bishop h6 to meet it with queen a3 is very special, but it shows its computer analysis because.
But queen a3, of course, prevents
stops black from castling.
Yes.
So black takes this pawn,
and then king gets.
Then he goes f4, and then white castles artificially.
Yes. But with the king on d1, it seems like Fischer random position.
Yes.
It looks like yes.
But what do you think the evaluation is now?
But that's what I wanted to ask you. You're the expert.
Expert of what? I don't play the system, but.
But Alexei Shirov looks worried. He's fully concentrated, of course, because a single mistake you make here, you're completely lost. So.
Yeah, this is not the position from which to wing it. So. To me, it looks lost, but on the other hand, it's been looking lost for the last 8 moves, so I don't know what point we left theory or anything. Maybe you want to pull up a search because...
Yes, I will have a look at this position, of course.
If clearly somewhere he has improved, bishop h6 again looks like part of a plan, queen a3, and then something, maybe king e2 was missed. King e2 and rook e1 and bishop d1. King d1. Maybe this plan was missed. Again, we are assuming from Alexei's face that he is worried now, but... I don't know what to say.
Yes, I will just check this line in a few seconds. And
white is willing to sack a pawn here. He's willing to drop this, maybe rook c7, and then he will just take on b7 and take on c6. So perhaps this is what white is looking forward to. The difference is with that bishop on h4, you can't, the queen can't defend this pawn because it's defending the bishop as well. So knight a4. Should be interesting struggle as well. It could also well be theory. I vaguely recall some ideas like this as well that come up in these positions. So, Anton, black has gone bishop e7. Even bishop b5 check is not as strong as it looks because I can play king f8. For instance, castles, h6, rook e1, g6, and play king g7. Very typical idea to castle artificially.
Mm-hmm.
So here now, okay, Alexei is taken. Now if bishop takes c4, what does he want? Maybe now bishop d6, but then queen a4 check, some king f8. Bishop c4 has happened, so extremely eager to see what Alexei could possibly have here.
Okay, Alexei has played one game with black in this line. This is an interesting piece of information. Just a second.
So exactly the line we spoke about. But I thought
yes.
bishop b5, queen b6, you could play b3 because now you have so much material, so many pawns.
Here,
But-
well, Alexei went here.
Alexei went here, queen e7 is gone, and maybe this could be just compensation. I don't know. So, assuming that he was out prepared was a mistake. Let's see what happens. I take, you take, I go rook e2, you go rook fc8, probably. I take, and something strong, rook e1, king c2. Still looks nice for white to me. But at least I can imagine that white has found some sort of that black has some compensation in some line.
Well, first of all, white deviated from. a few
so knight
games
c3
that
was
they
already
had.
moved,
yes,
yeah?
Knight c3 is already, because white tried c5 in a few games, and bishop d3 was played. So knight c3 was already a small deviation, but of course. But why not fc5, by the way? I like this move. You close the bishop completely.
Yeah, but the bishop is coming by h6,
On
right?
h6.
And the problem is you castle and rook e8.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, so then knight c3 is a new idea. Maybe it was played also in the correspondence database, but I will have to check
Sure.
this one as well.
And Yufa has managed to get, I would say, a pleasant edge. If rook a d1 now, it looks like white's got a comfortable position. But then again, so does black. Black is also looking forward to moves like b5. So,
But what is your final evaluation on Alexei's current position after queen e7?
in my expert opinion, white is a pawn up.
Yes, but then what can you do here?
Well, I don't know. If I take on e7, take on e6 and play king c2, why am I not better? Or rook e2 and then rook e1?
No, but I think you're much better. But do you have something more convincing? Like in, let's put the board, like what we were talking about, of course, because this is still a very slow game here. But if you give queen a4 check, you will simply play king f8. Yes.
But even that looks good to me. King f8, king c2. Why is this not good for? Oh no, rook b4. So I have to take on e6 first.
No, maybe then I like queen e7.
Take it.
First
And play king c2. Black will probably play king g7. But something, g3 and knight g5 might work somewhere. No, g3, queen b7. So you start to squeeze some resources. I would take the queens off the board in a second. Rook e2
yeah, okay, so
and rook
it's
e2.
a better try, yes.
Yeah.
Rook e2, rook e1. Yeah, that's a very nice position for white. Okay, so this.
Oh, he did not go queen b6. He went e6, c3, bishop d6, which
Yes,
is
but
the other
this
line.
is a very solid line for
Yeah.
black, of course. Queen d7, yes?
Well, that is an
Yes.
interesting trap. If you do this, you know the trap, right?
Well, I think that you can take, no? And
Yes.
take on c5.
And if
And-
queen c5, then bishop h7 wins. King h7, queen h5 check, king g8, knight e4 using the spin.
And knight g5.
And when you move the queen, then knight g5 and white wins. So this is an important trap. Queen d7, it doesn't work because in this line, you'll play g6. And after knight c5, you're not attacking the bishop that's there.
Oh, okay.
So
That's
that is the trap here, and then b6. So
I didn't know the difference. Actually, I knew the idea because I studied this line for black, but that's the difference.
Sassi going on, and then white is threatening knight d5. So again, that queen is going to be kicked around a bit. SL Narayanan just pressing. He can play knight f1, f3 if he needs to. Otherwise, f3, king f2. So knight f1, and then knight g3, and try to press. When we say press, we mean simply keep a small edge going for a long time. But anyway, in case the audience didn't catch the reference.
You mean for innocent observers, yes?
Yes.
Like
I
yesterday.
mean, already we're talking of b2 pawns and marriage, so I thought we'd just
Yes.
clarify this bit. Nihal Sareen is playing rook d8. Let's bounce around a bit. Rook c8. Now the thing is, if you play e5, then black goes knight c4, and presumably black is ready with counterplay like this, and he will play queen b6, and if f5, bishop d7, and white doesn't have an easy way to generate an attack. So rook c8 looks calm for the moment.
Can I bring the queen to f2 then?
You can also, I guess, rook d1.
No, but I mean in the position like after f5 here, queen f2.
b4.
I'll take a knight a4.
And if I go bishop takes c4. Hang on, e5, knight c5, f4. Maybe c5 works. You go f5. If I take this, what happens? fe6, fe6, and knight e2, and you keep the piece, right? Yeah.
You didn't want to give check first because you bishop. Can you include yes bishop h7 here and knight e2? Want to play knight f4, of course, and knight g6, but
Yeah.
yes, stop me.
Yeah. Now that doesn't work. So f4.
This look quite dangerous for
Has this?
For black.
No, this hasn't happened, right?
unless you you can't play f5 here. So
Oh, he has gone e5. So we are going to see if this is something. Okay, let's try knight c4, f4. Let me try queen b6.
so queen f2. I wanted to put my queen on f2.
But then I would just take this, no?
Wait. Yes, I'm so sorry. Yes, I forgot that because it's
Yeah.
not, you played b5 before in the other line. Okay,
Yeah, so
then
f5 maybe.
yes.
Queen d4 check doesn't work. So
Yes,
I go
then I
back.
have bishop f2.
Bishop f2, queen takes b2 again works. So
No, no, no.
I will have to capture this at some point.
I mean after queen and d4 because we didn't put the board.
okay.
Yes, just in case.
Okay, got it.
Here, yes. We have bishop f2 here, but then f5.
And then probably, if I take, you can take with the queen and take this with the queen.
Queen d4.
And you have this intermezzo. So f5, bishop d7.
And if I play b3,
Knight a3.
queen f2.
Well, yes, but I'm also collecting stuff. And, I mean, unless e6 or something
Yes,
happens.
but it doesn't work as well. Maybe,
Well, maybe it works.
Okay,
Yeah,
e6
e6
first.
is f6, f6. I don't know what happens. But e6,
Maybe this
queen c3 is possible because I get a check in. So you take with the rook, I
Yes.
assume, and then I just go rook d8. And I mean, you could keep throwing wood on the fireplace, f6,
But
queen
f6, queen
d3,
d3. What can you do?
fg7. I can't take with the bishops. I have to take with the king.
Yes, but king.
But then bishop e5 check.
But maybe you can. No, you cannot start with rook 8 because I will have queen b1 check first. Yes, so it's very important to start with f take g7.
Yeah.
This all these variations also.
Wait, but also b3. I could play knight takes e5.
But I have a move on the board.
What do you
They
think
went
about knight takes
c5.
e5?
But how do you? You want after bishop e5? You will
Rook
take rook
e5.
e5. Yes, and queen d4.
So I think we can
Yes, this
conclude
is it.
b3.
Yes,
Okay.
of course.
They went for something dashing. c5. And he plays bishop f2 very calmly. So again, maybe there's nothing new under the sun.
But then, can you just play c4, bishop f5, and then move your knight? Bishop h7. Yes, I'm missing something once again.
No, the first time you were trying to play it.
No, of course.
So bishop f2 is the current position. And what is the evaluation?
There's 1,000 arrows on the board once again, so I will have to look at this one on this screen. So what can we do? Let's try taking on d4.
No, it's clear now.
Yes, so it's c takes d4, and maybe something like knight. Okay, yes, I can play knight c4.
Yeah, but now I just go queen f2. I don't allow you to play bishop c5, and then I play f4.
But here, when you played queen f2, I might play f5 at some moment if I have a chance.
Excuse me?
But wait a second, I have to do b6 maybe first, or you will take on c4 and take on b6.
I have that option, just
Yes,
to be
and I
a
will
clear
lose
pawn up,
everything.
right?
Yes. No, it doesn't work. No. This.
Yeah. Looks like a solid position. Knight c4 without taking. That is clever.
Okay, maybe. Yes, you don't have this maneuver.
And the point is, after bishop takes c4, he'll have to take here, because if he takes this, then it resigns after
Then
d5.
Yes.
But you see, he plays knight c4 before interpolating cd4, and then before recapturing on c4, he takes on d4. So lots of very precise moves going in here.
But then if I play f4 here.
Wait, once again, we kind of jumped over this. What happens after bishop b5? You're just counting on your compensation? Or?
Okay, we don't have anything else then. D takes c3. Take on b2. And queen e8.
It's just an exchange. Admittedly, it's not that easy because black can play something like this, maybe a4. And if you try to take the file, rook b3. So, it's not trivial, but I don't see how this is... Oh, and excuse me, we have intermezzos too.
Yes, also bishop.
And then it's just, must be very strong. So what has he done? He has taken on c4. So this is a big game because right now Black is having to prove that he has some compensation. Maybe Black just walked into this one.
Just have the feeling that, the preliminary stage of the tournament and also the first quarterfinal started to take its toll on Chinese players. They're getting tired. And Daniel Yufa didn't play all of the games, so he's quite fresh. It's Bishop c4. What can he try here? He takes d4, Bishop b5. Is this it? Just looking what is happening on the third board. Okay. You already moved to another position. No, on this...
Yeah, I just want to see what's happening. Okay, so Anton went with the queen check and then f4, and he's saying, but now, according to my logic, then g6 and king g7. Why g6 now? Because you would have to lose another pawn in order to play bishop h6 check. Excuse me. So I could also maybe take with the e-pawn. Whereas before I needed to play h6 first and then g6 to avoid bishop h6 check. I'm going to go out and say that g6 is nice for Black. That white has no special advantage. This game, I don't see the compensation by Alexei.
Well, but she is still thinking. And he was playing very fast till that point, and he still has 42 minutes on his clock. So I think that he was very.
And by the way, what about this move?
Can't I take?
What?
On d5?
No, knight d5 check. It's pinned.
No. It's, of course, you can see how tired I am.
Yeah.
No, I wanted to. Okay, rook d8.
No, I thought the point was rook b2.
Rook b2, not rook d8.
Well, because this is winning. But then I wondered if I could play rook e2. And I see it now. Rook e2. I thought knight e2 is winning, but you play bishop d5 attacking this thing, and when I take you take and defend. Okay. So no, let's just play king c2 or rook e2, and it's just very pleasant.
But if you play d5, rook d8, you will simply play king c2.
c2 and then it's resigns, yeah.
Yes, and you win a piece.
If you do this, then because of the pin, I can still play king c2. So.
Okay. And Daniel Yufa, what did he do?
They're thinking.
But did we try like cd4? Yes, it takes. Maybe the only move. Because I don't want to.
But this is what we're analyzing, no?
Yes,
Bishop b5.
Maybe we should go for a different structure. We take on c3, take on e8, and here you take.
Queen e8.
Yes, this is the only practical chance here.
Yes, but I'm going to play bishop d4, so how are you going to deal with that? You want to play b5, I take it? So let me go queen d2 and then bishop d4. It's a great fortress for Black, but I will play h3, g4, slowly f4 and try. But it's true, you can play rook c4, try to put the rook on a4, and you have some compensation here.
Yes, maybe this is the best practical chance for Black here. So here we have, in match India between France, the national colors were blue, and here we have both teams in red.
Yeah.
So, who is going to prevail in this match? He goes for this line, I think.
Well, what else should he do? So, but bishop b5, dc3, bishop e8, and important is queen e8.
Anything ongoing? The The match between Uzbekistan and India is very balanced because I don't think they are willing to take any risks.
Yeah, he has gone for Queen E8 Almira. So BC3 and then, test this idea that there is some compensation here.
He goes
Yes,
rook
he
c4
goes straight
immediately.
for the- yes.
And
It's not I must say it's not ridiculous. If I play Queen C8, I'm threatening Bishop F5 somewhere. It's very difficult for White to, and White still has this weak A3 pawn. It's surprisingly better than I, should we say, assumed, because I clearly hadn't looked. Yeah. Let's just see what's happening here.
Well, I thought that this is slightly better for White, of course, but if he manages...
SL, yes. But there's a problem for White as well in this position because he can't yet come to this square. So he may play knight e4 so that he has rook fb1 or something like that. But does seem pleasant for White. With it and Nordbeck just getting warmed. Here as well, there was no dramatic development. And going back up, knight a4. Seems like White is keeping quite some pressure here. But maybe it's time for Spain to have an exchange sack. Like
c4.
on
After knight b6, yes, you just leave in your rook there.
I just play bishop d5 and then b5. And we have countered Lee's exchange sack with one of our own.
But this is a very thematical sacrifice.
Yes.
The French defense. But can you do something else here? After rook c4, knight b6 is forced. What do you think? Otherwise, I will play knight d7. And
In a sense, you could do it here as well, but then I assume that this might be unpleasant. Did he have to, after knight b8, he couldn't play knight takes e6 and h5 or something? It shouldn't be so much. Okay. Yeah, knight a4. We're waiting to see what happens here. Have Shirov again. Okay, he's played g3. Oh, this is important because if I'm collecting the piece, then this is a good way to start, right?
you mean
play
g3
g3.
and then d5?
Yes. Where are you going to go? Are you going to go here?
Okay, can I... Oh, no, I cannot even play something like... Can I start with rook c8? You'll take...
No, maybe bishop b3 wins.
Bishop b3 wins, yes, and then d5. Because
you move the bishop, I have d5, right?
Yes, I was hoping for bishop b6 and rook b2, but I'm not even sure if it works. So, you don't have... No, maybe you have rook e3 at that line, okay. Yes, so g3. So you think this is an important inclusion?
I thought bishop e6 and rook e2 was enough, but he's clearly fully concentrated and he plays g3. G3 seems unnecessary when you start thinking about it, but then you realize that, wait, it must be from the line where you're trying to win a piece, you're getting in better circumstances. Let's see what the difference could be. If I go here, you go d5, take. I can't play rook e2 anyway. because you lose the pin, and I still can't take this.
Yes, because there's rook d8.
So it's not yet a threat. Black can play bishop h6, but the bishop on h6 is clearly worse than on f4. White could again play rook e2, what I mentioned, and there we are.
I wanted to draw your attention to Vidit's game because he played queen h5 and black played f5, trying to cement the position.
Yes.
If you play c4 here, for example, who is better? I mean, if black plays c4. Let's say make a move, something, knight f3, say c4, and b5.
Yeah, well, I guess I would have to say it depends. I would play g4.
So
And off we go. Though even g4 is not exactly a win, but I am threatening king h1, rook g1.
So g6. Queen e7.
Oh, I thought you were going to do this.
No, I wanted to...
Because if
play
I take, then you have this move.
No, but you will start with knight g5, no? What do I do here?
Yes, and then I go queen e7. And then you can do this, e5 and queen g2 maybe.
Even this is...
But then I have e4, so it's
clear.
not...
But I wanted to trade queens at the very beginning, queen e7. And if knight g5, queen g7.
I might just take, take on e7 and take on... I mean, either take or h3 or... But this also I like. And if you take like this, I'll play knight e5.
Yes.
And then king f2, rook h1, h4 kind of things.
Okay, yes, this is a nice...
Sorry, this board, g4.
Which board is this?
This is with its position.
Ah,
right
you
now.
went for g4 immediately.
Yes. Oh, he didn't even bother with knight
Yes,
f3.
yes. So the question is then, should black play g6 or not?
Black also has this idea, bishop e8, queen moves, bishop g6, which might be...
But then okay, g4, I want to try my idea once again, c4, bishop c2,
And b5.
b5 immediately, yes, I want to leave it, I want to leave the tension for the moment. So knight f3?
Or maybe even gfi, efi, king f2, just to start the rook.
So that's what I was thinking. What line were you analyzing? So, king f2 immediately. We should try something on the board.
Yes.
Playing blindfold games.
So
is
we were
not
wondering
easy.
about this, but also I had this idea that maybe bishop e8 was possible, and then ask white if he's ready to trade bishops or not. That could be relevant. Because if white closes, then we can resume on this side. I think it's more likely he'll go to h4, not to have the tempo, and then white could play a4 if came to that, because if you take now, you have these double pawns, and a4 stops this pawn running up. So he has gone g6, has he?
I don't know. I haven't seen yet.
He moved something on the king side. Yes, he has played
G6.
g6. Oh, maybe he's claiming that he's just... I mean, after queen h6 takes, if you take, it's a draw. Because I don't see any way to...
By the way, you know, today I was thinking about the story you told me about Boris Naumovich, because I had to go to
There
the
is no-
reception. No, I had to
Which
go to
story
the
did I told you?
Bumaga. Because I had to go to the reception and to ask for more paper, you know,
Yeah,
because
sure.
I'm writing notes all the time, so it reminded me.
Let's do another quick sweep of what's happening. I mean, it looks like black is very active and is making all the running. Bishop g4, but white is steadily, if white exchanges this and manages to get f4, having dealt with knight b4, he might have a solid edge with the two bishops and this pawn structure. So, but right now, it looks like black is active enough for me. To me, now. SL Narayanan, okay, we are playing this ending. Could play knight e4 to see where this goes, but yes, he has gone knight e4. Nehal's position is still developing, and Vidit, okay, we should see whether Vidit has something more than a first draw here. The problem for him is that if he does this, I think e5, but I realize now that d takes e5, f takes e5 is quite strong. Because it simply attacks the queen, so maybe it's not quite the effect. Then I don't know what he's doing. After queen h4, what does he want to do? Maybe your queen e7.
Yeah, then queen e7. Yes, because the pawn is on. There is a difference in this position. I've closed it. Now the pawn is on c5 and not on c4.
So you play c4 here.
No, maybe he should start with queen e7 first.
Okay.
But then if you take and play take and play no, this is not a good option because you will play rook b8. So you have to keep the queens on the board. So queen e7 here.
No, but actually, why not your c4 and bishop c2, b5 again? Because what I want to do is to play b4 and b3.
Yes, of course.
And make your bishop decide, right? Or bc3, rook f8.
But knight f3 here. And now I want to play bishop a4.
You're giving up pawn, but you might just have great compensation, right?
No, but this, of course, I wanted to have the total control of the dark squares. We are running out of steam. And the games are so slow today. the second match is like it seems that everyone is so cautious. Only Alexei Shirov is taking.
Okay, what is going on here? That bishop is doing. It went from e7 to d8, maybe with the idea of playing knight b6, because the knight, if it threatens, comes to c4.
But if I start with knight c5 here. Knight b6 anyway, and I don't want to give up my bishop, my knight. Let's see. Can I play a4 and a5?
But I'll play knight c4, right? Yeah.
Yes. Okay, knight c4, a5. You'll play b6 anyway.
Probably play bishop e7 and try to crawl back a bit. But.
Okay. But then another option was to play bishop somewhere in knight g2.
After knight c5, what if I took it? And then you take with the d
Yes,
pawn
b
and
pawn.
you have knight d pawn, I thought, knight d4.
No. But
Also b pawn.
B pawn is also possible, no?
Sure, and rook b1, yes.
But
Okay,
maybe d pawn is even stronger.
let's see what's happening here. Okay, so so now white is switched to indirect defense, which is that if rook a3, then capture, queen d8 check, and recover the pawn like that. And he's gone queen d7. And there is no more a defense of the a pawn, so this looks like pretty good conversation, doesn't it?
But he played h3, king h2.
Yeah.
But you suggested that you can play g4 and f4, no? Or
Yes.
does it work here?
I don't know. If I go bishop e6, then you'll play f4 for sure. But if I go bishop h7, if you play f4, then you have to reckon with this.
Okay. But f5 still? Can we try something?
Yes, bishop a3.
It's not so easy.
But this thoroughly turns out to be a very interesting position, positional composition, so to speak, right? Because that white bishop looked good on d4, but the a3 pawn is quite weak.
So we're looking at...
Maybe he had to go queen b6 to stop b5. Because if you do rook c6, then I have this move.
Queen a5.
And you're not trapping my queen because I have one more square left.
Yes, but and if you play a4, then you don't have the square for the rook anymore.
I think also you're fixing the weakness here, but I might play rook b1. You go here, and then for the moment I have stopped everything. Perhaps this was a better method.
Yes, and now you can switch to the plan with g4, f4.
Yeah, so g4 has happened, bishop g6 has happened. So after f4, he will return to e4. But white can play queen f2 here, because whatever way you take on a3, I have bishop c5. So that's still something which keeps it under control.
So maybe queen f2, queen e2 or e3, let's say, with the idea of playing e6, or this will not work. And to bring the rook.
Yeah. Okay, let's say you take this. I take, you take. Then what's the way forward, do you think?
Why not bishop c5 here?
That's what I thought, but then I realized that you have b4.
b4? And how are you not losing this pawn? Like I'll take and queen d4. Let's say bishop c5.
He has gone queen f2, has he?
Yes.
I'm beginning to like black's position. Though it must be a draw, but...
And maybe psychologically it's also difficult for white, because you're thinking that, well, you're exchange up, of course there are a few technical difficulties, but then the table starts, well, slowly starting to turn, and you do not realize that you have to fight for a draw. It depends if Daniel Yufa finds a more active plan. And what is here?
Well, what he's done is he played knight e4, f5, knight g3, f4, knight e4, rook c6. And after rook e b1, I'm guessing he wants to do this. And the reason for the second rook is that he wants this to happen. But I know, I cannot play g3 and think as your rook will be on the third rank. Yeah.
Well, you could try, but then after rook b1 I will collect on a5. Maybe it's still a draw. It's a very strange position.
Yeah.
Take rook b1. Sorry. Rook b1. Rook g5. No, rook g5 I will have e5 maybe.
No, I think there even d5 might go.
d5 is even better.
But I don't know if this is what his plan is. And it's very hard to tell these things. Because if I go rook a7, h3 is probably over.
But then, should I start with rook b1 or g5?
You can,
Yes, rook
and
b1
then
first.
I play g5. Of course, you can play d5, but I still have rook
Yes, you
d3
will
check
always
at one
have-
moment.
yeah, yes, of
And in
course.
the meantime, I
You
play
have this
h4, g3.
resource.
So suddenly, white is maybe he has to play rook e1 or something like that.
But why not? It's a very useful move. Rook e1, I will
Yes.
always protect.
I mean, white can also switch plans and play rook a2, but rook e1 suddenly this becomes a problem, right? Or do I have knight c5? Yeah. I have knight c5.
Oh, maybe you can take, play rook g5.
Take what?
Take on e4. You will play rook e4, of course. It's rook e4.
After what?
Rook e1, bishop e4, you will take rook e4. Yes?
No, why wouldn't I do
So rook
this?
g5. Here, and rook g6.
But you might take on a5, right? Yeah. You might take on a5 and then there's a check here, yeah. It's not that nice.
But then if rook e4? Maybe it's easier then. Okay, what can we do here? It's not so clear even here. Have to be very careful with white. So rook e2, rook g6, yes, and
Yeah.
rook e5 once.
Okay, what has happened here? Rook e1, okay. But now suddenly black's pieces, while they look active, they're all missing squares. A3 has, b4 has come under control. This bishop is taking away the g4 square from the knight. I don't like black's position here. Maybe though I can play knight h5 or something and sort of crisis management.
We should look at this position. I think it's so much better for white right now. The first board for China. We left it like for a few moves. So they played actually knight c5, knight b6.
Yeah.
Bishop e4, bishop e7, and what do you do here? White is simply winning a pawn.
Yes.
And probably the game.
It would appear so. I don't
This is a
see
terrible position.
what's the defense here.
But how did it happen?
Also suddenly-
He forgot that knight is 6, f takes 6,
Queen
and
C7,
queen
yeah.
c7. Yes, okay. That was the idea.
Well, bishop f4, why didn't he play knight c4 then? Instead of this thing.
But then that was my idea, knight d2, maybe, here. I'm getting rid of this knight here.
Yes.
You cannot play b5, I will take on a6 probably. Or first take on c4 and then take on a6.
So Jaime is now looking away, trying to figure out how to rescue this. He has gone something in knight c4 maybe? Oh, so this has happened. He went bishop d8 and knight c4. Now a4, and then what is the evaluation here?
But what can you do with black?
I don't see.
Because if you play rook f7, I will play rook b8, rook d7, and
Even knight g5.
yes, knight g5, yes.
So we were discussing this. If this, then knight g5.
So h takes g5 and bishop g5.
Yeah, and you collect the second pawn here.
So things are not looking good for Spain in this second match.
Because David Anton has compensation, but certainly not more, I think. And Shirov is looking for any compensation. And this one's messy as well, so.
So he went for a 4-5 anyway. Traded the rooks.
Yeah.
I think A3 is on the board, yes? And what is the evaluation of this mess?
I would have to say black must be getting much better, right? I mean, you put a pawn on A2, then that bishop, even though it's controlling that square, you never have the move. You never know when it's going to be suddenly having some other work, and then A1 is a handicap.
But what is his idea? Does he want to play C5 here?
But then queen B5.
Yes, but then he wants to give up this pawn, I think, and to collect on A3. I don't know how. Maybe C5.
I think Daniel has simply been surprised. A position which he thought was very good, which we thought was quite good, suddenly turns out to be a thing. I mean, there must have been a moment somewhere here where I think, but now China is just winning this. Queen A4, suddenly Queen D1 is in the air, A2 is in the air. What is White's defense? White should have at least allowed this exchange sack, because just like Jules yesterday, Queen on C3 and a bishop on D4 control the A1 square brilliantly. So, and the king can escape to some dark square. So, whereas now, because the two bishops, I think, might just be lost. No, it's premature because I still have E6. And there could always, some counterplay could erupt there. Queen D1, how do I, I'm simply too slow here. No, here I can take and E7, and this is, in fact, So that doesn't work. E6 has to be done. I don't know if he did it. He has not yet played E6, but I think it's just called for now.
Yes, he just went for E6. But can I try A2? I have to do something quick as well.
Yes. What can I do? Can I go EF6 and F6 maybe? EF7 check.
King F7.
F6.
Should I play G5 here?
Yeah. Queen G3, then Queen C2 check, So maybe F6 is an ugly move. Okay, A2. What if I played F6?
You can start with F6.
Can I start with F6? That was my next question.
What has happened in... one queen, you take on F7, you take on G7, yes?
Yes.
Just, I have no move.
Well, you could play G5, but then after E7, your queen is actually tied down to that one, so A1 is not going to happen easily. But wait, A1, bishop A1, bishop C5 maybe? And then rook E4, some miracle like this. Or bishop D6 check first. Oh no, he had to take this first. Rook E4 and then bishop D6 check.
Yes. And
no, then bishop E5. I don't even know what I'm seeing. This line is just crazy. E6 has happened, and what has he played? He's thinking.
Well, this position
it seems like a good position
too complicated for commentators, I think.
Also, E6, F6, I don't know if we have any knockout blow. I mean, I'm very happy with that pawn being on E6, but still, How do I...
Can I play something like Queen A2 here? And I'm inviting you to play Queen D1, of course.
Yes. But if I play King F8,
No, I know, of
you'll
course.
you'll just say, oh, then
Does
E7
it work?
check. Yeah,
King
if I
E8.
take and Queen D5.
Yes. But if King E8?
Yeah, King E8, then Rook E4.
Yes, but I wanted to show this idea, of course, after Queen D1. Can we show it? Yes, Queen D1, the idea was
yeah.
to play Rook A4, of course, and A7 just...
Check and queens.
This is quite an ingenious defense after
Yes.
Queen A2. But that stopped A2, most important. How can
Yeah, but anyway,
How can you
he's not
take
yet played. So are we going with F6 now or FE6? Maybe FE6 even, because I suddenly have Queen here. But maybe Queen F7 check is just going to be... No, Queen F7 check doesn't work. And neither this...
but didn't we want to play F6 after F takes A6? I don't remember what we want to play.
Yeah, that's possible.
This F6 and then you take, Queen takes, Queen C2, King G3, Queen G2, King
Wait, can
H4.
I can't play E5 so easily because he'll go FG7.
But if we take on F6, Queen F6, this is winning, yes? Queen C2, King G3, Queen G2, King H4.
Yes, Queen C2.
And you don't have Bishop E1.
I don't have Bishop E1
Yes,
and it's just, yeah.
Okay, so this is fine. At least we didn't miscalculate this one. So black is facing a very difficult choice here. What
Yeah.
do you do? F6 then, or A2? No, what did we try? A2. A2 was a more...
A2, and then did we come
was
up
a
with
very
F6?
active try, yes. And G5, E7. That was a very interesting position. Because both sides are stuck.
Yes.
So I just wanted to put it on the board because I don't see anything anymore.
What if I go Bishop takes C5 here?
Just a second. I need to regain my composure because I'm still thinking about Queen C6 you tried yesterday.
Queen C6?
Yes, you remember you sacrificed the queen. Queen C6, Bishop C6,
that's
Knight
one, yeah,
C6.
yeah,
Yes,
sure.
yes. So I'm still thinking about that game.
Oh, here's a
But
nice...
he-
I can't go
yes.
Rook B3 because you'll go Bishop D4.
And
Rook
Rook
B8
B8.
check. King H7. And where's my knockout? I don't have a knockout here. He's just taken on C5. Oh, of course. We are trying to get it for the half future.
Bishop C5.
But wait. What is this? He's going to go A2 now. But this is great. I mean,
But
white has escaped.
Yes.
Because I'm going to go Rook A1 and then Bishop D4 and claim I have the nihal position.
But even Rook A3? No?
Then takes A1 and there's Queen E5 check.
yes, Queen
so
E3, yes.
I don't know. I was a bit
But-
nervous, but wait a minute. What has he done? Bishop C5 is insane. Is absolutely insane. Can I go F6 here anyway?
So Bishop C5 is on the board and A2, yes? This is the current position.
Wait. Let me try one more thing. Rook takes E4. D takes E4. Now let me go... Oh, if I go Queen D4, what do you do?
But queen, then I'm losing, yes? How much?
Queen, then
Yes,
EF7.
F7, yes, just a second.
So I thought this, and I give this check. If you go here, it's mate in 2, so you have to go king f6. Wish I knew where that piece was. Yeah, so I would have to go king f6. Whereupon I do this, you go here, I go check, you go here, and where's my mate?
But okay, you have a draw, no? Bishop f2.
I didn't do all this for a draw.
No, but I thought that at the beginning you were doing it for this because like this and
I'm not playing f8, Almira.
yes.
Knight.
I was thinking that this was
It's a forced draw as well. Okay, but definitely we think bishop c5 and a2 was
it was a
not
mistake.
he had better option to cash in.
But then what is going on here? I'm trying to understand. So this is winning, yes? Or this is messy, you said?
Oh, I thought so. Or you're going to
But
go
if I
e7.
can go
Oh, you go
E7 here?
e7.
What do you do?
Oh my God, I have run out of squares. I have no b2, no thing, and you get a queen.
Okay, so this is winning, yes?
So
But
rook
then you
a3 is
cannot
winning.
play.
So rook
cannot
a3
play
you
this.
cannot take. Rook a3 you can play a1.
A1.
And we do the same.
The same
I take,
variation, yes,
correct.
and E7
and then
here.
e7. No, now you have the b2 square. That's the difference of the bishop on a3 and the bishop on c5.
But if I play bishop f2 here, queen b5. Yes?
No, but that must be winning anyway. Well, winning again, I hesitate to say, but
But I have
b5.
queen d6 here.
But then I have queen f1.
And check. This is not...
And it's a draw. No, queen
But
h6
this
is winning. Queen
but
h6
why-
winning.
why
Magna
like
style,
this?
yeah? It's Magna style.
Yes.
No, where's that
Queen
one?
f1 is not...
Queen h6 check
Yes.
is winning, of course. Because of g6 check and bishop d4, yeah.
Okay, so this is winning.
This is a cute win. I think this.
Sure. Bishop b3.
We're having fun. We have no idea if any of this is relevant.
Okay,
but here we are.
Let me check if we have... No, for the moment our team is agreeing with us because I have no messages. So it means that we're doing something right.
It means they've all gone to sleep then.
Yes, it is also possible.
Yes.
It's a valid hypothesis, yes, that we are tired, but everyone else is tired as well. The players are getting very tired, so I think this explains a lot of blunders, I think, in the games.
Okay, I think Alexa is still worse, but we'll get to that in a second. And David will save a draw, but he's not better. And then how is this one? Oh, Jaime has lost.
I have a result, yes.
Yes,
here.
Jaime has lost, yeah.
So,
in fact, he has resigned already. Yeah.
That's the...
So brilliant game there. And that puts white... It's not enough that white saves this now. He has to win this one. So, because David isn't getting anywhere and Shirov is certainly not winning.
But white is winning after rook a3.
No, he's not.
Yes.
We didn't conclude that.
Of course we did. What
What
do
do you
you do
mean?
here? So, you check, you take, and you play e7.
You do what? You do this.
Yes. That was the line. Queen f1.
Well, in a fantasy line.
Yes,
but
in
if
a
I start
fantasy
with
line.
king h7 instead of queen f1, it's...
Okay, let's try it, of course. So how do you get this line? B2, bishop f2, and you start with king, well,
it has to be this
yes,
one.
Queen d6.
King h7.
It's not possible. And and can I play something else?
You can do this.
Yes, wait.
And I go queen e8. And I think we'll have to just live with that. Yeah, no, then queen e8 and then probably some bishop d4 wins. Oh, you have f6. How do I break through here? Maybe I play f6.
You start with
And because your queen is trapped on e8, no,
but
if I do this,
if I take, yes,
I don't have,
f6.
I have this for the moment because after queen b8 check, I have this and you don't have a check here. So, but this is quite too crazy for comfort.
Can I play queen b5 here?
Yes, that's a problem.
So queen b5.
Because if I go bishop e5, you have queen e2.
No, but
what do you have?
No, I don't have much. Maybe this is the same line. You find the shelter on h4.
No, I got it. I can play e8 queen, queen e8, and bishop e5 wins.
Okay, so then.
So.
But wait. King f8.
Queen h6.
Queen h6. Queen h6. Yes.
And queen
Sorry,
h6,
queen
yeah.
d6 mate. Yes.
So, but rook a3. How much time does he have? 5 minutes versus 24, and he's very wisely investing a lot of time here. He's gone rook e1.
He went for your line.
Which doesn't matter because after a1 takes, we're back in the same.
In
So
the same position.
rook a1. Now a1 is forced. Yes, so a1 is forced, takes, e7. There is nothing else. It has to be queen e5 or queen a4 maybe.
Queen a4 is also.
Yes.
Possible move here.
But queen a4, I would go with f6 because I think it's important to nail that thing structure there. But you could go g5 and then it's not clear who has benefited more because suddenly now a check on h1 might lead to mate with this pawn on g5. Alternately, if I did something like queen b2, you would just go king h7 and I would never be able to give you mate there.
Right, because you always threaten.
So this is not so simple. Wait.
So queen a4 is a better try, yes, than queen e5.
Which means it didn't make a difference at all. e7, you just go queen a4. And it's possible that you missed this, but he has gone e7, so we'll know now.
But look at the 1 minute against 23 minutes. Is this correct?
Yes.
Time?
Because he's used up 4 of his last 5 minutes on this move, because understandably so.
No, but I'm surprised that
he's got queen a4.
Black has 23 minutes left.
Yeah. And now just, I can play queen d4 if I want. I can even play king g3, king h4, just to get it out of the way. What about that? Let me play king g3. Of course, you can play d4 and get your bishop to join the job. But
why not f6 first, as you suggested?
As I said, g5, and then I don't know, my king will then never be able to go anywhere.
He started with queen b2.
I was thinking about this myself, because I thought if I force queen e8, but if king h7, I don't know what you're doing. After king h7, I don't know what you're doing. So king h7.
But can I play bishop d4 here? Because you can never trade queens. So queen d7.
Again, white is safe, I must point out, but safe ain't good enough now. If you do this, your idea was to take, right? And claim that
I wanted
was working.
Yes, king h5, of course.
Yeah.
But
no, this might well work, but
after
he's gone queen d4.
But
after
are
king
you
h7.
winning after queen a8 there? I'm not sure. No, this
Anyway, this was queen d4 was kind of important because it stops this d4 bishop c6. But now what can black do? Can he go queen c2, king g3, queen g2 check, king h4, and then where's the check? Where's your check? You can play g5. Do you see what's wrong with it? Because if you go e8 queen, I have g5 and I'm winning. Do you see the problem?
Wait a second. I have to. Queen h8. Yes.
And this queen does the job.
Yes, and Queen f7.
Of course, none of this need happen, but anyway, here we are. I like Queen d4, at least it's to the point. You stop this thing from happening. Now, after Queen e8, though, White has to allow f6. Because if he plays f6, this is mate. Queen g3 check. And bishop d3. Well, not mate, but you win the queen. But I think after Queen e8 now, White will play. He has gone Queen e8, or that's my move? That's my move. So he'll have to go Queen e8 or Queen b5, anything which threatens king. And then I think White just has to go up the board, King g3, and to go for the h4 square.
So you will go there immediately.
No, but wait, suddenly I'm feeling very uncomfortable with Queen b5, because if I do this, you can do this, and you play g5 check. Now my fancy Queen h8 doesn't work, but you're threatening g5 and bishop g6 mate.
Yes, but I was thinking Queen f6, but then you made me
with the queen.
With the queen on e8, yes.
Then I have that one. So, wow, what a game. After Queen d4, maybe Queen b5 is a good move.
Actually, now in the other match,
we will forgotten those days.
White is winning because we
d5 and d6.
Yes.
No, d5 and
no.
d3.
But how did it happen?
How is White winning?
King f5 was played. I don't know, because I thought that you will play.
Maybe he'll have to take the draw as well.
But why can't you play d5?
Yeah.
Let's try.
Rook
c3, d6, rook d3. No, maybe first e6. No, first e6. I'm so sorry. e6. What do you do here? And then d6. Yes.
Right.
I have to. Yes, I have to.
You swap it around like this. Okay,
d6.
that's nice. Oh, very nice. So the King f5, d5. And rook d3, rook c3, then
but if you
d6.
start, you have to start with rook d3 then.
No, but wait. If I do this, what do you do? Oh, e6.
e6, yes, I start with e6.
If rook here, then you do this check and it wins.
And e7.
And if I go King f6, you will go
I wanted
d6.
d6,
And
yes.
then you're winning, right.
But then
Great.
Start with rook d3.
Yes. d6.
And d6. How does it change?
Well, the point is my slow plan wins, which is rook e7, d7, e6.
Okay.
But if you have captured my c pawn, you'll come to d5 and play c3, c2, and I won't have time. So I'll just explain that. So if I did this, then e6 is important, because if I do this, and if I go the slow way, c3, e6, and c2, and it's too fast. But if he plays rook c3, e6 has happened.
So
e6 has happened. Okay, that is very important for us.
And black is running out of time.
But now I like Norderbeck in game 1 against Vidit. But anyway, this is important. Wait a minute. Oh, did he escape now? No, I go rook d8 now. Rook d8. And after king e7, rook f8 check. And then we start all over again.
No, you mean after king f6? Yes, now king f6.
Now
rook
check.
f8.
King e7, check.
Rook
And now if
f7.
king comes forward, I have rook d7. So you go
e7.
back and now d6. And oh, that's a massive win. We really need that. But let's just double check that one. And he's gone rook f8 check. So this is through.
I wanted to check. All other games are very complicated for the moment, so I'm not sure.
But I don't like Nihal's position, because that e5 pawn is always going to be a bit of a nag. But here we are. This one seems to be in the bag. Yeah, here's one.
So it's first victory for India in this match, and 3 games
China
are
has
still in
one lead.
progress.
China is
Yes.
leading by 1 point, and India is leading by 1 point.
Yes, but China...
What is happening here?
There is a draw.
Oh, they've already done a lot. Sorry, there's been a few moves. And this one looks like a draw now. I mean, I can go king g3, h4 if I want. But wait a minute, now queen f7, what is he going to do?
But then China is through.
Because Shirov is not fighting for an advantage, so that's right.
And what is the
In fact,
position?
it's totally won. I can play b4 now and then knight c6 and rook f2 check. Just everything is winning. Oh, so China is clinching this one. And as usual, India will depend on a lot of stuff. What's happening here? Queen d1. Anton has drawn, and Shirov is losing, so it means even this UFA game it's now merely academic.
Yeah, so let's concentrate on a game between, I think, which is the most complicated game. Maybe here, on the fourth board?
Yes,
Against
Sasi,
yes.
at least there's stuff happening here.
Because they have
But
very little time left.
but this looks
5
great for
minutes.
black now.
Because yes, now you have this d4 square.
So yes, d4 square, but I'm stopping anything coming to d1. The only question is how I should go about it.
But if you exchange the bishops, maybe then I can play f4.
In fact, white's threat is f4 now. So how should black... Maybe queen d3 is a great way to start, just to play bishop f3 and swap those bishops. I think queen d3 is the way to go. Because amazing, the rook can't come to e3, can't come to d1.
And if I play knight d2, then you go...
Bishop takes f2.
No, bishop takes
Yeah,
f2.
no, the problem was this one.
Yes. Rook c2.
Because after bishop f3, you'll go rook d2, and I'm getting... But I can take this and step back. And I'm okay, but does white... What is the evaluation now? He played f6. Which is interesting, but white has to go for f4. There's nothing else. Because if black can play knight g5, it's too strong. So you have to just play f4, stop knight g5 and go and hope for the best. But I liked queen d3. Oh, Shirov is just getting mated.
So the only chance for Uzbekistan to score a full point is the game between Sindarov and Nihal.
Yeah, Nihal is it's a tough position because of course black is very solid and it's very difficult, but my hope here or my feeling here is that it's hard for white to avoid all the tactics. So he'll play knight f3, bishop b2 slowly, but then you have to, and then there's always some knight h5 for check. Some rook takes doubling on the f file. Black's moves are very natural, but white's moves are very artificial and contrived. So it might take a long time to realize this, but it's not impossible.
But even here, for example, what do you do with white?
Exactly. I mean, I assume some queen e2, knight f3, bishop b2 is the plan. First provoke d4, and then swing back and try something else. But
then if I cement this and I will not allow you to play f4, what will be your active plan then?
it's just hard to cement at that point because once you close this with b4, I can play h4, h5.
h4, h5.
Then kick the knight out, and then
Knight h3,
I can
knight
play
h4.
f4 after that, allowing ef4, gf4. So there are many slow plans which work and are quite unpleasant. But right now, as long as black is keeping the central tension, that distracts white. And with 3 minutes, I think these kinds of delicate maneuvers, they can backfire. So it's a good blitz position.
There's no way you can win this.
No, bishop e8 is, if black wants, he can play bishop e8 and then shut it down.
A4 and then...
But equally, queen a2, king g3. What happened here? Oh,
I don't know what is happening.
Yeah. He went queen g2 check. Wow. Oh, and he's going to go bishop e8 and close it up like that. So king h4 is forced. The other moves are made. So let's go to h4. And then what was his plan exactly?
And Alexei Shirov just resigned, so this means
it's mathematically over, yeah.
China qualifies for the World Team Championship finals, and the Chinese team is seeking their third gold medal. What an impressive performance, once again.
Okay, so now we can move on to the India match and see what's happening. And he's with it, just getting outplayed here.
I have no idea.
There's some hope.
What is the position?
Because the bishop's coming to that great long diagonal.
Yes. Now I start making black's position. So bishop c6 is your next move.
Yes.
Look at, let's say queen b6.
I mean, I want to play queen b7 first and see, but okay. I'll play some rook f2.
Yes.
Yeah, he's gone queen b7. This is important because I need to maybe force you to get queen e8 before I play queen b6, because then I'll have rook e3.
So this is a more stubborn way of playing this position for white. But then if you play queen e8, what happens?
Oh, sorry, let's just have a quick look at Sasi again. a4, a6, knight a3. Wow, he's managing without f4 for quite some time. And I said it was necessary. I could still go queen d3, just to play bishop f3, or I could play knight g5 and try to ask you what you're doing. Maybe after knight g5 he doesn't want this, rook f1, because then suddenly this doesn't look good. Maybe knight h3 then, but rook f1, and you have to just play this long term, keep that grip there and something.
But then knight c4.
Bishop a7 would.
Knight is... No, I'm blundering once again. Yes, I don't have knight a3 here.
But my feeling is if you can get away with queen d3, play queen d3. But maybe queen d3 already some bishop f1.
And you know that black actually took on e4 in this position, because you said that he has to keep pressure.
Tension. Well, on the other hand, he still has this thing of plugging it with rook on d4. Just leave a rook on d4 and see what happens. Because otherwise, yes, if white can get... Oh, but Nihal is playing knight h5. And if I do queen e2 now, he'll just go back to f6, right? Because, oh no, it's not needed. It's not a trap. Oh, sorry, knight f4 check. Yeah. So I go knight f3. And what is this follow-up? I don't know.
Can you sacrifice anyway, or you don't have enough pieces? Can you play knight f4 here?
Well, I don't have anything, right? Don't even a check.
No, but can you take with the knight?
Okay, and then king h2. I mean, I've got the rook in the perfect square.
Yes,
I play
yes,
knight
of course.
g1. That's just great.
Rook d... Oh, no. I don't have rook d3 here. No.
No.
It's completely complete nonsense.
Very, very tense encounter. Okay, Vidit has sacked the pawn. And now his situation improves because he can play knight e2 g3 or knight e2 d4. So for the moment, that's keeping it alive.
Have a look if we have. This we have. Renee on 1. So China 1-3-1.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, that was the match is finished, and we have 3 games in progress between Uzbekistan and India. So which game should we watch closely? This one?
Wait, he's come queen e3. But wait, if rook d3 now, what happens? Okay, let's go to this one because, I mean, we can keep checking on both these matches actually. Both of them are very interesting. Is this what happened? Or this is my analysis?
No, this is the position.
Wow,
on the board,
okay.
Yes. Yes, and he played rook d3, so queen c5.
Rook b5, and then I'll go to a7. No, I have queen c4, sorry. No, that actually works out.
But I cannot take on b2 here?
You can, but I think the
trick?
point is then
You
that I
want
have
to go
got
knight
reasonable
d4.
compensation. Knight d4, rook f2, and then,
Bishop d5.
I don't know, rook b2 and queen c7 or something.
Oh, okay. So only 20 seconds for black in this position. And he goes for rook b2.
Incidentally, can I take queen takes c4 or oh, then rook d2 and bishop b5 is going to be horrible. So I better probably play knight d4. But then you can play rook f2, bishop d5, right? Or did we already discuss this?
I don't even know what is the position on the board because I have. I know. Okay, now it was updated.
We were speculating that this might be worth something, and after rook c3, queen c7, but then black is forced to do this, which takes care of the problem for a minute. He's gone knight d4, so that much is clear. Knight d4. And now rook takes f2.
But I also have rook d1 first and then bishop d5 forward. Then
Yes, but then I'm hoping that the
a5.
dark squares, I can take the pawn on a5, and the dark squares, queen c7, something like that, might just be enough to hold.
Queen b8.
Then it doesn't even work. So I'll just go queen d6 or something.
Queen d6
like that.
immediately, so you can take the pawn. Just let's show the variation once again, because it's not so easy to see this one.
Oh, by the way, I can take this one, because if you go queen b8, I go knight e2. It's not the end of the world.
Queen b1,
King f2.
king f2, queen e4.
And this is a drawing mechanism.
Yes, queen e7 and queen h4.
He has gone king takes f2.
And bishop d5 was played. So what is the difference with the king on
He's
f2?
gone rook b1, okay. But now rook takes maybe even queen f8. Oh, queen f8, he has queen c7, luckily. So that's what he's betting on. Oh, but queen d8.
Queen d8, yes, queen h4.
No, but still king e2, and it's not made because you don't.
I cannot play queen h4.
Yes.
But can I take on c3? And then you will play something.
I do this. But then it's very hard to get in your rook b8 stuff as well.
Or maybe I even have rook h3, rook h2.
Yes. So actually this one is looking like it's going down. If I have to play king e2.
But what else can you play? I'm threatening queen h4, queen h2.
Yeah. He's gone king e2. I don't think rook h2 is necessarily.
H3, I mean.
Yeah, rook
No,
h3.
you can take on c6.
Yeah, it's true that after rook h3 I would have to pause. So he's taken a minute for king g7. Now I have rook b7 check. Now I have rook b7 check.
In 96?
Yes, but king h6, and what's the move for us?
For us, still India.
No, for
No,
the other
for-
side we're defending.
for black,
We're trying
yes,
to
for this
understand what's
side,
going
yes.
on. After king h6.
I'm just messing around as usual.
Yeah, sure. And how is... he's gone rook b7 check, king h6, and then what? Maybe rook f7? What's the good waiting move here? But rook f7, queen b8 might collapse.
Can I play h4?
In fact, he doesn't have a move. Well, no, bishop b7 is a threat.
Bishop b7, yes, of course.
So maybe you need to already bail out. I mean, not bail out, but actually white is lost. Because if he moves the rook, queen b8 is winning.
And
It's
then,
just over. Rook e7 is nuts, because after queen b8, what's the point? Rook e7 is just a blunder. Because queen b8 and this game over now.
but he needs to see it with 15
Come on,
seconds on the
it's
clock,
an
of
Uzbek
course.
junior.
Yes.
No, what I was thinking was that instead of rook e7, if you had played rook f7, I don't even know if e5 works. But if queen b8, at least we have knight b5, and then the rook on f7 is defending the pawn on f4. It's a very tenuous thing, but maybe that's working. Wow, Nihal is... But anyway, they've already equalized thanks to this game. Queen c7, queen b2 is going to be made. Oh, and Vidut's lost on time, so...
Uzbekistan equalized, and everything is going to be decided in the last two games.
Yes.
How are the positions there?
Sasi is much worse, and Nihal is struggling, so not good. Not good at all. But Nihal's got a decent fortress there. And actually, how is white going to protect the... Oh, maybe he just goes check. Yeah, maybe just check. No, he went queen e1. But what was wrong with check? You go here.
King h7 is and the
Then I go
second.
here.
And is this winning?
Isn't it? What move do you have?
Let's try queen f6. That's the only try.
that's actually not a bad try,
and then
because it
rook
might just
c3.
hold enough.
Yes.
Okay, but anyway, let's get back to the game. It is a good try. Queen e1, and he's gone king h7. Which is this? Blitz.
And bishop e5. He wanted, yes, that's why he played queen e1, because there was rook d2, and now
Yes.
he wants to take on e5.
And I think I don't see a way for black anymore, because even rook g6 is a winning threat.
He played rook g8.
In fact, did he need this king h7? Could he have gone rook d1? But then I go rook g6 check, and then I take this, probably not going to work. But I can jump back and forth. Okay, he's gone rook g8, queen e2, queen d7. I think... What just happened?
He took on...
Oh, because of... oh, that's brilliant.
Yes, that was...
So in fact, India is losing this match. I mean, there's no way Sasi is going to win this. So it's game over. Let's have a look at that again. Yeah. How did it happen? Yes, so white managed to push this h pawn again. And then even the f4 worked. No, it's still remarkable control here. Just look at this, Almira. He goes f5. He doesn't even collect that pawn. He goes f5. And
he breaks.
wins it like this.
So it's a very fine game.
Actually, very impressive game. Queen e1 is thing. I mean, it's understanding a very, very high level.
Okay. And
So that was my suspicion as well, that once you've exchanged on this, the only bullet you have is rook d4, and you have to just go for that.
okay, and this is over. Draw was
Sasi's,
agreed.
yeah, the draw was agreed, so that was that. So Uzbekistan is through.
Uzbekistan, yes, qualifies for the finals of this tournament. India will face Spain
For the third
for the
place.
third place. They
And no tie breaks.
no tie breaks today. We'll have a look at the results in a few seconds, of course, but China and Uzbekistan in the finals. You know?
I would have to say they've just played. They've been a notch above everyone else. Yeah.
Yes, just not yet. We still have to have a look at the results and the pairings, and I think a very important detail that the round starts 1 hour earlier tomorrow. So please don't forget this.
Yeah, actually,
Spain-
we need to speak about that, but anyway.
Spain lost against China 3-1, a very convincing victory by Chinese team, and Uzbekistan won 2.5, 1.5 against India. It was a very tense match. So tomorrow, China will face Uzbekistan for a gold medal. So Uzbekistan is looking for its first gold, and China is looking for its third gold.
Yes.
And there will be a small final between India and Spain.
Spain tomorrow, yeah. And yeah, looking at the end, it was interesting that we went tied into the second game, but China and Ukraine once again went up a gear, and that was it. It looked good for India when SL Narayanan
Yes,
won,
he won, yeah.
and Nihal, still the position looked tense, and it looked like something would be in the future. But that went bad, and
Maybe Vidit
Vidit, well, the thing is, he broke on the king's side.
Yes.
There was this weakness in f5, and then Norbek found this very nice idea: knight c4, bishop c4, d takes c4, and then bringing the bishop to the long diagonal. It's complicated to execute, but he did manage it beautifully. And suddenly at the end, black is for choice. In fact, every pawn white took simply opened a line for the rook to take another white pawn. And as for China, very, very dominant performance.
So, of course, this is a well-deserved victory for both
Absolutely.
teams. What are their chances?
I find it hard to choose because both teams have really been extremely I continue to be very impressed by what the Uzbek team is doing. So
I would say
I'm going
is my favorite.
to go out there and say Uzbekistan
As
is the
well,
favorite for
please.
tomorrow. Okay, so we both seem to think that Uzbekistan is the favorite for tomorrow. We'll see.
Okay, so thank you very much for watching. Hopefully we'll be revigorated tomorrow. So I'm having this terrible headache, so I hope that, I'm very excited about the finals, of course, tomorrow, and let's see who will win.
Yeah.